Hello, all. Not sure if anybody heard the message or if it went audible, but you are now streaming live on YouTube.
Matt, are you ready for me to reclaim post?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were ready for me to hand it over.
Okay.
Okay, just a reminder to
We are muted.
silence your phones in here if you haven't. I'm doing it.
Is it okay if we just shut them off?
That would work too.
We know to buy Dylan.
We're just waiting to try to get a couple people on the Zoom here.
I'm sure Eric's got me
So it looks like we got Everett, Drew, and Tierney. Morning.
And Rich is getting ready to log in as well.
And Rich is logging in.
Morning.
Rod,
Okay. Okay, yeah, go each one, thanks.
any connection with
You
Eric
figured
or
out?
Rich yet?
I didn't know how to.
He couldn't find the Zoom.
He just got my, yeah, he just got my phone number.
Okay, so it looks like we're just missing Rich and Eric. Is that correct?
Did Eric say that he was gonna be cabbing and unavailable?
The last I got, he was gonna try to get on,
Was he? Okay.
and both Rich and Eric.
Dale obviously isn't here.
Dale is in Africa,
And Drew is his.
and Drew is his proxy. I don't know how that relates.
Major decision.
Major decision making, Drew. All right. Well, I think we'll get rolling. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Hope you're all doing great. Appreciate Mr. Cornwell and Ray coming from the corners of the state. Not that I don't appreciate everybody else getting here. So we'll start with our home reports, and then we're going to hear from Kendra McCloskey, Region 2 Access Manager over here, about some of her wranglings and effective maneuvers in relationships with all of her cooperators in that region. And then some updates from the department, legislative, and from Jason. And then afterward, we'll get into the block management discussion that we all talked about as our #1 priority for 23. Okay. And before I forget, the cooperators dinner is at 6 out at Montana City Grill, which is just south of Helena, a couple miles, next exit south towards Butte.
One minor change is at 10:45 is when we'll have Deb O'Neill join us for the legislative update.
Okay.
She's tied up most of the morning.
Okay, so let's start with Ray. How are things going? Up in the
Well,
Northwest.
everything's going that way. One of the, well, a couple of things that I've heard, everyone that I've talked to has been glad to see of the cap being raised. And then one person I talked to the other day mentioned that with the 454 that he was glad to see that because it would stop some people from whining. This is called.
That's insightful. Thanks, Ray. Cindy.
Not too much, mostly looking at the legislative updates to see what's going on and commenting on the bills.
Yeah, I think the major thing I'm hearing there are mule deer numbers. I mean, it's eastern Montana. I don't know. I mean, it's really bad over there. It'll be interesting to see what the counts come out. I don't think they're done yet, are they, Jason? Have they completed the counts? But last fall was worse than I've ever seen it, you know. Some of our ranches were down well over 50, 60%. I think that's the biggest concern that I'm hearing out there. Other than that,
Well, doing a little research, there's such a large demand for the licenses that are available in the state that, which will go to a demand on where and how people will be hunting. And groups like this, with our diverse backgrounds, coming together now is extremely important, because if we don't help come up with a solution, somebody else will. And hunters, landowners, and everybody's not going to be happy. So I think it's great that we all work well together and we keep on that and come up with ideas, because it's becoming a high demand.
Thanks, Donna. Lee?
Mine's just gonna be a weather report. We had about as bad a winter as we've ever had. There was no grass. There was more grass on this table than there was on most of the eastern Montana. And thank God they had prevented planting in North Dakota, because all those guys seeded everything to Sudan grass and millet. There's been just like a train of trucks going since the 1st of November to, they're still going to all along the High Line. There's no hay. And so thank God there was some hay in North Dakota. It's not cheap. It's $100 less freight than it was last year, but because it's closer. Last year it was in southeastern Colorado and northeastern Nebraska. Now it's in western North Dakota, some in Minnesota. But no, I think everything the antelope figured out how to get across the highway. Our deal, Highway 2, the railroad and the river are all right together. And the antelope, the deer, the fast ones always make it, but the antelope took them a while to figure it out. And there, when Don and I were coming up yesterday, there was antelope on the south side of the railroad tracks, and then there's some on the south side of the river too. And those does will remember. In 2003, we had a bad winter, and some of them figured it out. And in the fall of 10, they took the big bunch and crossed the Missouri River. And when the ice went out, the old does drowned, and the rest of them thought their home was Petroleum in Fergus counties, Macomb. So anyway, the deer did okay. I think the pheasants and the turkeys, the flood chased them all up on the ridges. The eagles like that. So, I think we got enough stuff left to get started again. So,
It's tough to be wildlife.
yeah, well, it was kind of like ranching in Iceland. It was the ocean was on the south side, and the glacier was right there beside it. It took a while for it but it's kind of getting back to normal now. Sun's coming out. Everybody's gonna take their coat off and go roll around in the mud when it finally gets warm. That's about it. As far as the hunters, I think they were always asking you, but we had 150 head of deer around helping eat up the stuff we were wintering the calves on. My son made 2 great big partitions to keep them out of the bale bunkers at night, and then my daughter ordered a bunch of silage from a neighbor, so they just went and danced on the silage at night. As soon as it warmed up, they left like they do. It was good.
Thanks for that, Lee. How about Tierney?
Yeah, lots of people talking, discussing elk tags. I guess the drawings are out, so yay or nay on that matter. Not. I think the antelope are thriving in Jordan, and it was nice to see. We've had some nicer days and some green grass popping over there, but I've already talked to a couple people that say they're seeing grasshoppers, so it might be another bummer thing there. But other than that,
Thanks, Tierney. Drew?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, permits and legislative session, all the things that we're all hearing, right? One of the things I heard in my travels recently and getting to see some of it on the ground were the animal numbers in other states and how that's going to affect us. I got to travel through Wyoming a few weeks ago, Utah. A lot of these states are hearing death rates of 50+%. And the concern I'm hearing from a lot of sportsmen in Montana is, okay, so if they can't hunt or even shed hunt in their states, where are they going to go? And we're seeing a lot of them either go south to Arizona, or they're going to start coming up here as well. So it'd be interesting to see what that influx of people looks like. And when we talk about the legislative session, what comes of the session in terms of how do we help manage how many people are getting permits and whatnot. So that's a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing.
Thanks, Drew. About it, Everett.
Well, hey guys, sorry I can't be there in person. Wish I could. I don't really have a lot more to add other than to echo mostly what Drew said, looking at, right to hunt, how that progressed, and our pot bill, where that money is going to be going. And yeah, just kind of where the non-resident tag situation is going to be. So those are all on the radar. But yeah, happy to be here and looking forward to today's discussion.
Thanks, Everett. So can we get Rod on?
I'm here.
Here's Rod.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Rod.
Not a hell of a lot to report. Glad winter's about over. We need some rain though. We're getting so as far as hunting goes, I would agree with Paul. Mule deer numbers are down region wide, statewide, I'm sure, but we need to get something done with that. And yeah, licensing came out, some squealing going on about that, but other than that, all good. That's all I got.
All right, Rod, thank you. Is Rich or Eric on?
I talked to Eric, try to get on in half an hour or so.
Yeah, he's trying, he just texted me and said.
Okay. Rich, you happen to be on?
Okay.
No? Doesn't sound like it. All right, we'll get Rich if he gets on there, and Eric. Yeah, from Helena, the main thing I've been hearing about is turkey hunting. Jeez. After all that, no mule deer, that's for sure. Everybody's starting to turkey hunt, and I'm always surprised at how much that grows each year with interest in turkey, and then trying to figure out where to go and what's open in the spring for turkeys in the West here. So a lot of that, definitely a lot of legislative stuff around this area. Outside of all of our bills, which we'll hear about later. Other than Senate Bill 58, which did get signed, and that was the block management payment increase. And I had the good fortune of going and participating in that with the governor and Senator Steve Heinbaugh, and the Sieben Ranch, John Bacchus was there. And then the MOGA rep, Mac Menard, was there, and Marcus Strange from MWF and the Elk Coalition kind of combined. And the thing I'd say about that, and Donna referred to it, I think this legislative session in general was much more cooperative. It doesn't mean that there wasn't a lot of stuff going on and a lot of last minute stuff, but what I would just point out is that some of the things that were important, that were well thought out during the interim and well fleshed as to their impacts, came through well. And a lot of the things you heard about that were divisive or tumultuous was because they were brought without a lot of knowledge of impact or, such effect. And I would just say, as we go forward, I think it's very effective for us to work together, as Donna mentioned. When you've got producers, outfitters, and sportsmen all working together, sportsmen and women, you're going to have the best result. And I think those conversations in the interim are what are going to lead to good improvements in everything we're looking at. So that's what I observed this year up here at the legislature when I was around and in talking to people. It was much more effective. Yeah, I mean, the one that keeps coming up is the crossbow thing, and I'll use that as example because there's a bit of an issue there to deal with, and everybody's at odds about it, so it doesn't get anywhere, and it comes up every session. So that's just the other side of the coin. Any last comments? Cindy?
FWP put out a briefing on number of residents and non-resident hunters by region. And I don't think everybody saw it. It's an interesting read that maybe we should send out.
Okay. Everybody want that? Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, let's jump right in then.
All right,
I think Kendra's up. Is that right?
that works for me. So I'm Kendra McCloskey. I'm the Region 2 Access Manager. So I'm definitely going to give you guys a Western Montana perspective. I grew up in Western Montana. I'm a 5th generation Western Montana kid. So I really love trees and mountains. And so we like to joke about that, you know, Western Montana kids are really into trees and the wind doesn't blow us as much, so we can stand up straight. So with that, I think for me and my approach, I'm very aware that especially the block management program is perceived by a lot of our cooperators as kind of the quintessential Montana culture of share with your neighbor, take care of your neighbor. So that's kind of a jumping off point for most of the cooperators that we work with, is a lot of them just fundamentally feel that it's really important to share their land, their property, their livelihood with everybody else. And with that, I would say kind of the top 3 or top 4 things that are always in my mind when I'm working with landowners is respect for private property, taking time for people, having a high level of responsiveness, and gratitude. So in every approach that I have, when a landowner calls me and they're like, hey, Kendra, I have a problem or I need to make a change, my approach is to try to deal with any sort of issues on the ground, actually look at it together. It's one thing to say we need to put a parking area here on a map, but that may not work out on the ground. So with that, I always approach every interaction as asking the landowners what works for them, what fits into their ranch management needs or their agricultural needs, because it's critical to have that awareness that it's their home, it's their livelihood, it's, you know, maybe a piece of property that's been in their family for 5 years. And a lot of our landowners have this very, very deep connection to that landscape. And so recognizing that, you know, just in that general approach of I, you know, represent state government and I'm going to meet with somebody and asking them, just simply asking them how they want to manage their property is really, really critical. I think most people don't like to be told what to do, and just having that awareness of always asking, you know, like, for example, when the muzzleloader opportunity popped up, it's really critical to just ask somebody, like, do you want to allow muzzleloader hunting on your property? And I find that a lot of times, especially in aggregate BMAs, landowners will say, well, what's my neighbor doing? I'll just do whatever my neighbor is doing. So that's another piece is, you know, it's larger than just one individual landowner that you're talking to. You're connecting to these local communities and sometimes across the state. I mean, you guys all know Montana's just a really big neighborhood. And so it's really, really important to always ask. And wildlife management comes up a lot, and being willing to listen and help keep people informed is really helpful. My personal approach is if we have some change that happens, you know, if we have a season extension, I just pick up the phone and call all the landowners and say, hey, we had a change. How do you want to manage it? What does this look like for you? And our landowners are amazing, where it's like they know that we're under the gun. It's like everybody is as efficient as possible. So there's a time and a place for really taking time for people and building that relationship and having that one-on-one time. And it really pays off when you need to implement changes quickly and people are very respectful of your time and that you're trying to accomplish something very fast. So in taking time for people, when I first got this job, somebody told me that I drink an adequate amount of coffee, which I thought was really funny. And I'm still pondering what an adequate amount of coffee is. But I think the sentiment was that I drink coffee and I will sit down at a landowner's kitchen table and drink coffee. And that's just, I think it's a good metaphor for spending time together. And when you drink a cup of coffee together, you're committed to a block of time to really have a conversation, really get to know somebody and listen to, their family history or, challenges that they have or things that have changed. I've got some landowners that, they expect that I'm going to come meet them every year. One guy, he'll say, just whenever you're over here, let me know and I'll tell you where I'm at and I'll come and meet you. And it's usually, he jumps off the swather or he's like, hey, drive through that field, but don't drive over my windrows. And, so it's different with every landowner. Ed, when you said wrangling in some of these landowners, I actually have in my notes that I sometimes wrangle in dogs. So just a funny aside, there's another landowner that's, he's always very punctual, and sitting on my tailgate in his yard waiting for him, and he's about a half hour late. And I was like, this is weird. And I call him up and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. He's like, I got this new dog from the pound and she took off and we're trying to catch her. Can you meet me on such and such a road and help me catch my dog? So we caught the dog and then talked about how he was going to manage his property for the year. So you never know. I mean, you have to be adaptable. You have to be flexible, and you have to be lighthearted and genuine, and, willing to pitch in and lend a hand no matter what it is. My personal approach for taking time with landowners is I anticipate every meeting that I schedule with a landowner, whether it's in my office, in the field, at their house, I block out 2 hours a time. And for me, I can fully immerse myself and be committed to that. So over the years, I've developed kind of my own system where I can do two landowner meetings a day, where you're really working on problems and challenges or trying to figure things out together. So I just naturally schedule people first thing in the morning and in the afternoon. But I am very mindful of letting landowners choose times that work for them. I mean, it's whatever works best for them, because everybody has an agricultural timeline. I know that, they may be irrigating and, they want to meet, later in the day or at 10 o'clock or 7:30 a.m. So I really try to make myself flexible and available for landowners that way. And it's good to just be situationally aware that every landowner is different. They all have different things going on in their personal lives, their professional lives. And some people, there's times where they may be super busy and it's more appropriate to have, a 20-minute conversation than a 2-hour conversation. So for me, I block out those 2 hours, and if we need it, great. And if it's 5 minutes, that's okay too. So just being able to read that situation is really important. For me personally, I'm a pretty lighthearted person. So there's a lot of cheesy jokes with landowners. There's we do a lot of laughing, and I think that really helps. So getting into responsiveness, the most important thing that we can do as FWP employees is when a landowner calls, you respond. And if there's an issue, you respond, you drop everything and take care of them. Doesn't matter if they call me and it's not something that falls within the purview of my job, you help them figure it out, you help them problem solve. And I think that level of responsiveness is really the thing that carries the block management program forward from year to year. It's those personal relationships. It's if there's an enforcement issue, enforcement's dropping everything and helping the landowner. And so I think that responsiveness is how we really efficiently and effectively solve problems. And I think when people trust you that you're going to respond, it may be a really hard conversation you need to have, but they're going to call you and trust that you're going to respond or help them get the best information possible. So I do think it helps have harder conversations. And one of the biggest things, and I talk to hunters about this constantly, is just showing gratitude. Just a simple thank you is really, really important. And especially landowners that have been in block management from the beginning, they are very proud of it. They're proud of their private property. They feel like they want to share with everyone. And when people appreciate that, it means a lot. So there's a quote that it's a little bit cheesy, but I think really embodies the block management program. And it's an attitude of gratitude brings opportunity. And I think that simple thank you is one of the most important pieces. So that's all I've got. If you guys have any questions.
We also have staff that are on from Eastern Montana, if you wanted to hear a little bit about their approach to landowner relations too.
Yeah.
And then I will have a couple questions for Kendra, but I
Yeah,
can
if you
wait
want to
till-
ask questions of Kendra, and then we'll invite Travis or Katie or Evan to jump on here too in a minute.
Well, these questions might apply to them as well, but first off, Kendra, what a breath of fresh air. I mean,
Thank you.
yeah, it is just fabulous to listen to you talk about the respect you have for landowners. So as a landowner, I really appreciate that. So I guess my question is frustration. What are the frustrations of landowners?
Depends on the year, I think, and I think it depends on the landowner. You know, if somebody's having game damage, I mean, if they're just getting destroyed by a bunch of mule deer in their haystacks, I mean, that is definitely an immediate frustration, and they will tell, you know, people will call and they'll tell you about that and look for help. And I think landowners, there's so many different types of landowners that we work with. So I think it really truly varies. I realize this is not like it's not very specific, but I think year to year, I find that landowners that I've worked with for 12 years, it even evolves with them what they're frustrated about. You know, especially sometimes landowners are, it's game damage. There's too many too many elk or too many deer. And sometimes landowners are frustrated because there's not enough and they're worried about them. So I think hunters often burble up usually at the end of hunting season. I mean, that's a pretty common thread, but I get it. We all get it. Hunting season goes on for a very long time. And you always remember, and owners always remember that one bad seed. And people just need a little bit of time to take a breather and kind of reset and not have a bunch of people knocking on their door and you know, distracting them from all sorts of other ranch needs that they have. So I would say that's something that it's pretty typical, is to see frustration with hunters by the end of hunting season.
It's sometimes tough because we want to help the landowners.
Yeah.
And their fences get ripped.
Yeah.
down. They lose their winter grazing because the elk moved in, especially on hard winters.
Yeah.
And I think for us as a group, we need to think broader. It's not just hunters. I mean, we wouldn't have this land for the hunters if we weren't taking care of the landowners. So yeah, no, so thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your report there. Appreciate all the hard work, and it's frustrating, I know, but it's good to take care of the landowners. It's very important. But I noticed looking at these numbers here, you're only down one cooperator, but the number of acreages is down, you know, all across the board. What do you think is going on there? What's causing that? Are you seeing competition, land sales? What's the determining factor for these drops in acreages?
Specifically in Region 2.
Yeah, they're all that
Yeah.
way, but
So
I'm just.
I can speak to Region 2.
Yeah, that's.
We are super fortunate in Region 2 that the Nature Conservancy is on the landscape. They own a lot of property and do a lot of land transactions with the BLM and DNRC to, you know, make bigger blocks of public lands and get rid of the checkerboard. So I think since 2000, my year may not be exact, but I think since 2000, the Nature Conservancy and some of the timberlands have converted over 350,000 acres from private to public lands. So that's always going to show as a loss. So Region 2 consistently has loss of acres. They, you know, on block management, we show a loss of acres because it's technically not private land anymore. It's now state and federal land. So there's still access, you know, it's just converted. And so the way that we report in block management, it shows as an acreage loss that's specific to Region 2.
Other questions for Kendra? Everett?
Hey, Kendra, do you have a report of any kind of that private being converted to public for Region 2?
Do I have any sort of report?
Yeah, can you give me like any kind of numbers over the past handful of years, decade about something like that? Just curious.
Yeah, I can certainly send that to you.
Cool, thanks.
That'd be interesting statewide.
Anybody else online with a question? Okay. Yeah, a couple things on your presentation that really strike me is, and knowing Region 2 pretty good, that pride that they have in having cooperated and sharing that land. I feel that from them when I am there too. I think the longest coffee I ever enjoyed was with one of your aggregates, and it was about asking for retrieval to the lock gate, which I gained after a pot of coffee. But just how, and it was grandfather, father, son.
Yeah.
And grandmother, all at that conversation. And it was just a lot of fun. And I really sensed that from them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still a big active part of your region. And just that sense from them, even when it's outside of the norm, hey, what can we do to help? So I appreciate that you've got that established. And I think it continues on. It can for the hunter too, if you respond in the same way. You know, instead of being upset that the gate's locked and it says park here, well, you just got to go ask.
Yeah.
You know, if it's reasonable. So yeah, I appreciate that. That's a great point. I hadn't really thought about, you know, a long-term cooperator having that sense. Although talking to Nina Bacchus, it's kind of been that way too. And I'm sure throughout the state in those situations. So Mike, and we haven't heard from the other regions, but my question is, you know, within the regional manager position that you have, how you sort of inculcate those best practices across the board. And I know you have regional meetings and such, but to me that, you know, your respect, time, responsiveness, gratitude, they're just kind of base premise. And then you go off from there into how that impacts each person's need. And to me, that's critical in the success of those agreements for its sustainability. So I'm sure you guys have those discussions. I'm just curious, you know, in my business, we have some SOPs or best practices or whatever, because you have so many needs around this state. As you said, it's a big neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, is there kind of a design to that?
I would say, my own perspective, we have a really amazing statewide access team. We work together constantly. We bounce things off each other constantly. When there's somebody new that joins the team, everybody pitches in to help. Montana is a huge state. And I made the joke about trees earlier because, I mean, there's fundamental differences from east to west. And Tim Potter and I like to tease each other that I hang sign-in boxes on trees and he has to dig holes. And it's true, but I think when you understand each other's regions and each other's challenges and you work really well together and you're a really good team, it makes it so much easier to have statewide consistency. So part of that is, you know, we have similar approaches, or when you have a landowner or an issue where you're like, man, this is one I've never dealt with, or I don't know how to solve. The first thing I do is pick up the phone and call one of my counterparts, or we screen share all the time. And we just generally work together a lot. So I think that, no, there's not like a SOP, but I think we're a tight knit enough of a team where it just kind of naturally happens.
That's great.
Up in our area, the last 2 or 3 falls been pretty rough weather, lots of mud. All the old guys, most of my constituents are the guys I know, or the cushions in their joints are getting less and less. And so they're always bitching about the roads, you know, that the hunters used to access but I don't know what you tell them, you know, it's just part of it. But that's the biggest complaint up there is everybody, oh, that damn hunters ran through here and rutted the roads all up.
Yeah.
So, but I told
It
them.
has to be just hunters, right? Nobody else drives.
Yeah, no, well, they'd probably go through there first. You know,
Oh, probably.
You know, but I don't think Fish, Wildlife and Parks has a road grader. They do
No,
it for the parks.
And certainly for, I mean, when you're dealing with private land access, I mean, we're paying people for that
Yeah,
impact
yeah.
payment. And that's how it's designed.
Fix
So,
your own ruts.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of people say, oh, I love hunting season because the county, grades all the roads before hunting season. And sometimes I think, and I don't know if that's happens in eastern Montana too, but it's definitely a western Montana.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
They understand, the county commissioners understand, and the road department understands that a lot of people rely on the revenue that comes in from hunting season. And you gotta go fix the road up. You don't want somebody's kid in a washout overnight.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a cooperative thing. I think.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think, I think there was a bill related to that in the legislature.
A bill to have the fish and game grade the roads for
I don't
block
think it was
management.
Fish and Game.
Oh,
I think it was a county or something.
we had a guy run for county commissioner in our county that was gonna fix all the roads, but I don't think he knew that they didn't have money enough to pave everything.
All right, how about online?
Travis, Evan, or Katie, or one of you available to chat briefly about your approach to landowner relations in eastern Montana?
I can if you want. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a whole lot to add to what Kendra already brought forward. My approach is kind of pretty much the same. Listening is very important. Getting to know these landowners is very important, spending time with them. Responsiveness, as Kendra mentioned, and that kind of add to your question, there's really no set procedure. It's kind of all situational based. Everyone's different. Whether it's something that I can handle quickly or one of my technicians throughout the region, enforcement, biologists, we got a whole team in the region that can help with any situation if we need it. So, and like Lee mentioned, and I think Paul brought up, or Donna brought up, the frustrations we see out here mostly, it's the road thing is what I hear complaints about the most, is roads getting tore up. And that's not just on private land, that's on public land as well too, because there's a lot of BLM that these landowners have grazing leases on that, that it is accessible, but the hunters go in and muddy roads tear them up, and that affects their operation as well. So that's a big one in eastern Montana.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Travis a question?
Yeah.
Travis, can I ask you a question? You guys always got the most acreage. What accounted for the decrease in the number of total acres in Region 7? Because there's been about 1 million acres altogether, but most of it's in your area. What accounted for the diminishment in your acreage?
The biggest factors, Lee, are land sales, but more importantly, I think it's when we have cooperators drop out for whatever reason it might be, they tend to be kind of these larger ranches, and then the newer ones we're able to get in are smaller. So we're losing larger properties and gaining smaller properties. As far as the total number of cooperators region-wide, we've been right at 320 for the last 8 to 10 years. So we're just losing larger properties, and not the new interest tends to be smaller. I think that's been the biggest factor I've seen.
Has some of that been because of the philosophical differences of the aging ranch structures, and they see something that Fish, Wildlife and Parks that they take umbrage to, and then they say, well, the hell with that, we're going back to ask first.
Yeah, that's another part of it too. Once, these ranches change generationally, being passed down to family members, they have a different philosophy as well. Think they can do it differently or better, or do it their own way, and just don't want to deal with it anymore. So it's a combination of a lot of things. We try every year to get those acres back up, and it's getting harder for lots of reasons.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Travis? Thanks, Travis.
Yep, thank you.
Who's next? Evan or?
Evan or Katie, are you available? Here's Katie.
Yeah, I can go if that's all right.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I really have to echo what Kendra and Travis have said. I don't have much to add, but one thing in Region 6, we're really good with the wardens and the biologists working with the landowners, and they're always willing to go out and help. They're also willing to go and sit down with landowners, and a lot of them will do contracts, and we have a really good team up here. So I'm very thankful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evan, are you available? Oh, Drew, did you have a question? Sorry.
Oh, didn't see your hands up there in the light, Drew.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry about that. There you go.
I did have a question, and just for everybody speaking about, their BMA regions. And Rich isn't here, so I'm kind of asking this on behalf of Rich because I'm sure he would ask about it. But what is the internal dialogue when we talk about those decreases that we're seeing in acreage with programs like Land Trust or other private leasing startups that we're seeing, not just in Montana but across the country? Is there any dialogue internally about that you guys can share with us?
I can at least speak to, I guess maybe this is a slightly different way of answering this, but in Region 2, I'm pretty close with all my landowners. And people are really honest when they call me up and they say, hey, this isn't working for us anymore. There's always a reason why. 9 times out of 10, the reason why is because they've sold the property. So it switches hands and the next landowner just says, nope, I want to use it for hunting myself, or I want to manage hunters myself. That is, especially for me in Western Montana, that is the number one thing that we lose acreage to. Sometimes it's landowners just say, we just need a break, or the wildlife numbers are down and we want to give the wildlife a break. Just kind of anecdotally, I know of one landowner that got out of block management, and it was because he didn't agree with a decision that was made. And he was very honest about that. And I still have a great relationship with him. And I saw about 4 years later that ranch ended up on, one of these other sites that you were talking about. And I've kind of kept track of that. And I think they were in it for 2 years. And then I think from my understanding is they're now just managing hunters themselves again. So I guess all that to say, I know of one landowner in Region 2 that's ended up on, like a third party app that's no longer on there. Does that answer your question, Drew?
Yeah, that's great insight. So maybe the cooperators that are joining these other platforms, most sounds like for your example, mostly weren't in the BMA program prior.
Evan, are you available to hop on?
Yeah.
No. Nope, Evan's not available. Sorry about that.
Did anybody from the other regions have additional comment to Drew's question? Travis or Katie?
Yeah, I haven't really seen specifically cooperators getting out to get into some other third-party program yet. The stuff I've seen on at least Land Trust in Region 7, most of them, they weren't in block management, or if they were, it was many years ago. So it hasn't been a recent phenomenon. We've had a little bit of internal discussion about it, what the impacts could be going forward, but right now we're not seeing the impacts of it as of yet, but we just kind of got to take it year by year and see what happens.
Yeah, thanks, Travis. Looking at Region 7, there's definitely a lot concentrated down by Ekalaka, so I'm assuming once one person kind of gets on and talks about it, yeah, you might see that growth there. Is there anything that you guys are seeing with that program or with other ones that you like, or that you would you could see us bringing into the BMA model?
Just to be very honest, I don't think I have enough information to say one way or the other. It's just something that I have on my radar and I pay attention to, and I occasionally go on and look and see if it's a landowner that I recognize. But yeah, I guess from my perspective, I would need a lot more information to say one way or the other, and I just don't. I'm not adequately informed at this point.
I'd echo that too, what Kendra said. We just haven't really dove into those other sites yet enough to know exactly how everything operates. And it's an awareness thing right now that we, kind of check on from time to time, but not something we've actively dove into.
Could I ask a question? My naivete, I don't have a phone that works all that. How does the land trust deal? Is it like an Airbnb for ranching? And so you're sitting there and all of a sudden the guy shows up in your yard and said, I'm here to hunt? Or how does it work? You coordinate through a phone, or how does it work? Is it the payments that way too, or how do they do it? They poke their debit card in and pay you, or somebody knows something about it. Could you smarten me up a little bit?
I think you, go ahead.
Drew, do you have the full scope?
Yeah, I can give a pretty good answer, I guess. So I'm actually signed up on Land Trust as a for beekeeping tours. I didn't do the hunting portion because I didn't want to. And so essentially, to answer your question, it's no different than reserving a hotel or any other sort of online reservation process. You communicate with the cooperator digitally, whether that's on your PC or your phone or however you prefer. All the money transaction is all done online as well. And so you don't just randomly show up. They know you're coming. It's all been prearranged. There's lots of back and forth communication there. And for whatever you pay, you get, a certain expectation. And that's basically the gist of it.
Then they pay in cryptocurrency.
I don't think they're set up for crypto, but there may be other online platforms that do cryptocurrencies. Yes. So hold on to your Dogecoin.
Cindy.
Kendra, I have a question. How do you choose, or how do you get new cooperators? What do you do to make that happen?
It's hard. It's really hard. I don't go knock on doors or cold call people. I mean, people will say, oh, you should get this landowner in and this landowner in. And probably my first 2 years in this position, I was like, well, that makes sense. And you pick up the phone and you talk to somebody and they kind of hear you out and they're just like, no. So I find that letting people come to it in their own terms is the best practice. So when people call and they have questions, you give them the information, you send them a packet, offer to go meet with them, or give them more information. Typically, I find that word of mouth is kind of our best marketing tool, where it's a neighbor who talks to a neighbor and it's like, call Kendra and she'll tell you all that you need to know about block management. But I think it's one of my approaches with new cooperators is I like to give them all of the information. Some of that is the nitty gritty and the hard information. That letting anybody and everybody on your property is a huge ask. And it's just be ready for that. Yeah, you might get somebody that cuts your fence or leaves your gate open, but most people are good and want to follow the rules and are appreciative. But I've definitely found over the years that if they're not armed with all the information, the good, the bad, and the ugly, they get into it and then somebody, ruts up their road and they're like, well, I didn't realize this was going to happen. And, then they're really frustrated, and that's a really good way to lose access forever. So some people may think that I try to talk landowners out of enrolling, but it's really just being very honest that allowing everybody on your property is a really big ask. And, it tends to be the salt of the earth people that are just like, that's all right. I don't mind if they rut up my road. Like I just want them to have the opportunity, and I want to share my property. So I would say, I guess maybe to answer your question a little bit more succinctly is FWP staff taking the time with landowners, building relationships. It takes a long time. It may take, 1 year, it may take 10 years. But I've definitely seen a lot of success where one person invests in time and problem solving and just building a relationship with a landowner. A lot of times in Western Montana, it stems from game damage. And, there's a phone call from a landowner that says, hey, I've got a bunch of, elk in my stack yard. What do I do? How can I help? And a warden or a biologist or somebody from FWP is responsive and they help them solve that problem. And it kind of, is a foot in, or, a step in that direction. So I would say that one-on-one relationship between any landowner and an FWP employee is typically the best way to get to grow more access or gain more access. But it's a lot of time and investment, and it may take 10 years. Does that answer your question?
Question for Travis. So when you're back to this whole thing about the complete tool chest you have in access programs, and when you're out there, is it pretty straightforward to offer that quote unquote tool chest? Or is it complicated when you're looking at the different programs and how they may apply and how the landowner may or may not understand what's available? Or is it simple and straightforward, both from your application and their understanding?
It's never really straightforward. It all depends on the situation, what might work best for them, what they're looking to accomplish. Out here, the main programs that we talk about now are block management and PALA. There's occasions where some of the other programs might be a good fit, and we can talk about those as well. But mainly it's block or PALA, depending on what the landowner's goals are and what they want to accomplish or extend to the public. So it's just every conversation, every situation is different. It's just, you got to be prepared for whatever might come up and be able to give all the information you can so they can make the best decision for them and their operations.
Is there anything you see that could be done to make that work more successfully from your point of view and your experience?
I think just having, and that's something for us to work on too, is having the other the biologists and wardens being more informed, because they have a lot of contact with landowners out here as well. Just like Katie said, they work a lot with them with block management and everything else, but just being more aware of all the different options that are available, I think would help a lot. And even just getting that out to the public, to the landowners as well, as far as what programs are out there that we could possibly work on with you. So.
Okay, thank you.
I have something to add if I can.
Yeah, sure.
I find that a lot of times when I sit down with landowners, whether it's for changes to an existing block management area or if it's a new cooperator, people typically ask me, like, what do you think is best? And they'll tell me, and I ask them, how do you want to operate your ranch, or, what is best for you, or what are your goals? And usually it's that I know the programs and you try to customize it to each landowner. There's so much information for landowners where I think, especially if you're brand new to the program, or maybe they've never even used block management, and they're interested, it really is that they are kind of putting a lot of faith in the individual that's sitting down with them. And yeah, a lot of times I'll give them some examples or help draft something up and give them 3 different options, or give them examples of what other people have done. But landowners tend to put a lot of trust in us, in that we're there to help. And I tell every landowner, it's probably going to take 3 years before, it really levels out, but you're probably going to want to tweak things. And I find that that's pretty accurate, that landowners will make little tweaks here and there. And after 3 years, it's pretty consistent.
I was just from a Eastern Montana perspective, there's lots of public land, and almost the land's been there forever. And the hunters have been there forever too, and they know how to get around and do all that. In our experience in the ranches up that way, the enforcement aspect, or just the specter of the enforcement aspect, having it in block management, having a travel plan and all that stuff helps a lot. Because people aren't as adventurous if there's signing and they sign anything that says they're gonna play by the rules. Because otherwise they just went and did it. You know, the BLM has no enforcement, the NRC has no enforcement, but FWP does. And when you sign up, they accept the responsibility that they're gonna, either they sign the box or they're in trespass, or else when they sign it up, they say they're gonna play by the rules. And I've heard from habitual hunters 2 and 3 generations that it's better with it in block management, because they can keep the continual driving the ridges. They stop it and say, no, you gotta park. And they like it better that way. I think it's better in some ways if that's the situation you're in.
Yeah.
Drew's trying to get somebody's, or Everett's
I
trying to
see
get
Everett.
somebody's
And
attention.
then Eric would like to ask a question too.
Let's go with Everett and then Eric.
Travis, you brought up Pala Acts, and I'm kind of curious with all of our access managers, one of the intent of Pala was to help with certain corner crossing issues and essentially leasing a corner. Has that been successful? Do you have a lot of landowners wanting to help with that?
That specifically has not come up as far as the corner crossing thing in Pala. I haven't had that conversation one time, honestly, yet. So it's just out here, there's different reasons for it, but that's specifically has not been one of them.
Eric?
I guess the question I have, and maybe now isn't the time to ask it, but I was curious now with the new cap on payment. Who's going to qualify? How are we going to quantify who qualifies for the maximum? How will that be determined?
I think that is yet to be determined, but maybe Jason.
Yeah, Eric, with the cap, there's certainly individuals that will qualify based off the current payment structure. So just using our current structure, there's about 25 or so, maybe a few more that will qualify for the current $50,000 cap, or the cap that's going to be this fall. So nothing has to change for those individuals, but as far as what the future looks like, or how that might change for other individuals, or to spread that around more, we haven't settled on yet.
Okay, thank you.
This is still by hunter day, Jason. That's how it's calculated. isn't
This
it?
year's, yeah.
So if you got more use, you get more compensation.
Everything right now is set up that way. Yep.
And so to clarify, I think we had 22 that
Yeah,
were
there's
gonna go
there's a
beyond.
straight 22 landowners that will exceed the cap, or exceed the $25,000 cap. So they'll be up and eligible for more. But then there's also certain properties that do cross regions. Sebin's a good example, where you have 2 contracts in region 2 and 1 contract in region 3. And with the $25,000 cap, they didn't get a region 2 payment. So now we'll have to coordinate internally to figure out how much that should be added to their existing region 3 contract. Go from there for this fall.
Do you have any follow-up to that, Eric?
No, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on there that I'm only seeing a few, so. Okay. Yeah, other questions you guys have right now? I mean, you guys are the tremendous resource that this department has. As you've stated well, Kendra, and everybody, that personal relationship, whether it's you or a biologist or a warden, those are all going to connect somehow. And, that to me is huge. The huge thing about best success for it. And I'm just wondering, if there's any obstacles like within those So you've brought up the number one thing is landowner transition, from a generation to a generation, or from an old owner, historic owner to a new. Have you folks had any particular thought out, any ways to proactively address those if they're the big numbers?
It's kind of every situation really is different. I mean, I actually can recall a time where a game warden and I sat down with two different families. One was a dad and a son, and the other was a grandfather and a grandson. And we were building a new block management area. They were going to talk to another landowner. So we were potentially building a 3 landowner aggregate. And I thought it was just that simple. And when we got there, we, kind of worked on some things. And I was sitting at the kitchen table and I'm like, I think that they are literally passing the ranch on to the next generation. So it was like 2 families were having these conversations, and we expect you boys to start doing this now. And and they were, longtime landowners that had another block management area. And so they said, we're going to keep our original agreements, but this new one is going to be you guys working together and working with the neighbors. And so it's so cool when that happens. I mean, it's a very rare thing. But I think it goes back to people over time have had really good relationships with those landowners, and it's so paramount to how they operate that they are then instilling that into the future generation of that land. And so I think that's all time that's so well invested. And so I think, proactively speaking, I think we live and breathe it every day. It's just being that good person, being responsive, trying to help people solve problems on the ground, and really just showing up and doing the hard work. I think it's not necessarily a proactive approach, but you're playing that long game really, because it's hard to get new access, and keeping those relationships that we have is how we keep what we currently have. So I don't know if that answers your question, Ed. Travis, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I 100% agree with what Kendra had to say. She did a good job answering that. Yep.
I've got a question. I don't know who to ask it of. We've leased a ranch from an out-of-state investor. We leased the ranch prior to when he took ownership of it. And he came and he was a hunter. Of course, all of his friends are from out of state. And so he thought it was his. A lot of it was a big block of public land in there and all that. But his frustration for a while there was that he couldn't get access for his friends to hunt the ranch that he was providing habitat for, and there was no provision anyway to get for his buddies to come and hunt. And I think it's gotten a little bit better, but I don't know if do you guys see any of that kind of stuff where they decide, hell, if I can't hunt it, nobody else can either?
Oh yeah, I definitely hear that a lot. In fact, one of the big motivating factors for non-resident landowners is they're guaranteed a non-resident license through the block management program. Right. I mean, some people don't care about that impact payment. It is all about having a guaranteed hunt in Montana. And people like to be able to hunt the property that they own. Yeah. And so there's some landowners that definitely fall into that category where they're like, I don't need the payment. I just really want to have a guaranteed hunt in Montana. But
it hasn't always been that way, has it? And that just evolved. There hasn't always been if you were a non-resident, you couldn't get the hunting license even if you own the land, could you? I'm just my naivete, but
through block management,
could you always do that for the last 40 years or however long block management's been going on?
For the last 20 years, probably.
It has been.
Yeah.
So if you signed up for block management, can you transfer that? Is it just immediately family, or you can't let your friends hunt? They still have to go through the process.
Or employees, but yeah, family or employee.
Oh, employees, you could transfer to an employee then if you want to.
But it doesn't include the permit. So in a lot of these areas, that's one of the big selling features, right? Is that you need your elk license, but you also need an additional permit.
But for deer, you could get.
Block does not provide currently that permit, and so we've seen some landowners utilize other access programs to be able to get that permit to go with their license.
Thanks.
Hence the 454.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I've always wondered about, with the transition of that land from a resident, historic owner to a non-resident, like
In
you're.
this case, it
you're
was
talking
in block management
Yeah,
since the inception of block management. When it's sold, it stopped,
I mean,
And
the
then the
only-
new owner had to figure out how it worked, and I think he's evolved into it now. A lot of it's in block management.
I mean, to me, it seems like the only way to facilitate an understanding at that transaction is through the real estate transaction. And it would save a lot of grief if there was some knowledge that that's not automatic,
In this case, the previous landowner, I didn't want the new owner to understand that he wasn't buying it all, and he didn't get to do what he wanted to with it because they thought it'd have an impact on whether he purchased it or not.
Are you guys seeing landowners that are wanting more control over the number of hunters, or maybe a better way to schedule them in there? Or also, are they, a lot of them, any of them wanting more enforcement too?
Always more enforcement, I would say, across the board with every landowner. It seems like when I get new interest in block management areas, that's usually where there's a lot of interest in controlling the number of hunters. There's also, on the other end of the spectrum, some landowners that say, I want to make it as easy for the hunter and give the most opportunity, so I don't want them to have to get permission. They can park, anywhere where they can legally park. So you kind of have both ends of that spectrum, where some people are like, just maximize the opportunity, and some people are more about, control of hunter numbers. In Region 2, when the most common tool we use for controlling hunter numbers is just limiting parking areas. And that also ties into just enforcement and an FWP presence. It's not always, people perceive that I'm a game warden. People call me the blonde game warden, even though I tell them I'm not. It's just during hunting season, when you see a marked state truck, that's what people assume. So, it helps, it definitely helps that presence, but it's, being out there, and people know this parking area can only have 2 vehicles at any one time. And I know that FWP patrols it, so people they self-police, or they know that FWP is going to be around, so they're more likely to play by the rules. But we've had some really good success with just limiting parking areas. If you want to hunt this area, you have to park at a designated parking area, and they're limited. We've even got some where there's a 4-car parking area, a 2-car, and 4 1-car parking areas, and we have some pretty good success with that. And they're really close to Missoula, where I would think they would have problems, but it seems to run fairly well.
How about Travis?
So as far as wanting more control, that ability is already built into the program. Landowners, cooperators, they have the ability to limit the numbers of hunters if they want to right now, through their agreement, through their rules. They can and a lot of times do adjust that based on wildlife populations. Each year, from year to year, if they're not seeing a lot of deer, they'll back off on the number of hunters they let in, which is they can do through the program. So that ability is already there. What was the other part of that question, Paul?
Enforcement, Travis. Do they want more enforcement?
I think everybody would like more enforcement. Yeah, for sure. It's just, as you know, it's everybody's spread thin, and everybody's doing the best they can. And when there comes a need, everybody does their best to address those issues. But yeah, everybody, as Kendra said, there's always a need and a want for more enforcement. But as far as the control goes, that's already built into the program. If the landowner if that's what they want to do, then we have the ability to work with them to accomplish that goal. So it's already there.
Well, follow up. What I was thinking about control maybe was more of a scheduling program. Well, like the land trust does, you know, do they want more of that when you talk to them? They want more ability to limit the numbers that way through a scheduling program or something like that?
They have that option too. That we have a lot in Region 7 that do take reservations in advance. So they have their own calendar of reservations throughout the season. So they have people scheduled, you know, starting in August, and they'll schedule people all the way through the end of the season, just like a normal reservation system. So that's already available too for those that want to do it. But as Kendra said, others would rather, you know, maximize the opportunity for the public, or, you know, first come, first serve. It's totally up to them what they want to do. It's built into the program to operate however they want to. So a lot do take reservations now. We take a lot of reservations through our office for about 18 to 20 block management areas already, starting in August. So
Same in Western Montana. So it said it's the same in Western Montana.
Yeah.
We've got about 15 that we take, FWTP takes reservations for.
Thanks.
So kind of to follow Paul's, so with the reservations, so Western Montana, Eastern Montana, are you able to essentially meet that demand? So the requests that you get for reservations, do you feel like you're able to meet that demand?
we are right now, but what I've told people is we don't have the capacity to add anymore with our current staff and current system, because it's all over the phone or in person.
Okay. I see Evan's hand up too.
Yeah, I can chime
Want to
in.
chime in?
Yeah, I can chime in for Region 4. We've got we do take reservations similar to Travis and Kendra. We kind of expanded it to, I'm hiring technicians specifically for taking the reservations. So last year we had 2 technicians. This year we'll have 3. I'm hiring a third just because we're seeing that increase in landowners who want us to take the reservations for them. So I'm trying to provide that option just like the other regions do. But I've also been able to approach landowners who were cooperators before in the past, maybe 5 years ago, who were type 1s, and approach them and tell them about this new reservation system we've built. And in doing so, they've come back to the block management program because they don't want to take the reservations themselves. So we have landowners who want to take reservations themselves. They want to meet people in the morning. They want to know who's on their land, or they don't want to deal with anyone, but they're open to allowing a limited number of hunters. So then it's the type 2 and we take the reservations, and we send out the list of hunters every week to each landowner so they know who's going to be on their property, the vehicle description, and how many people at that point each day. So we're seeing a lot of that. As far as I would say, we're seeing an equal number of people interested in the reservation system, as well as a type 1. It's open to everyone. They just need to sign in. So
Evan, is that actually a new program that you're developing in Region 4, different from the other regions, or tell me?
I don't know if the other regions hire folks to do it. We had gone through a call center, contracted call center before. And what we had seen from that is a lot of hunters that call to make the reservations have more questions than just to make a reservation. And so the folks that were answering the phone calls couldn't answer the questions from those hunters. And then we're dealing with how, people getting overbooked and all this kind of stuff. So we ended up bringing it into the office. So down the hall from my office right now is a conference room that we put all of our reservation technicians in for the season. This will be the second season we've done this. Last season was the first season. We had a lot of success, a lot of good feedback, a lot of constructive feedback. And so this year we're going to expand it. I've already gotten more properties that we're going to take reservations for. And so, yeah, it's a relatively new for Region 4. We do take some reservations for 6 and 7 as well.
So is that very different from 2 to 7?
No, so the FWP reservations in Region 2, our access resource specialist manages those. So it's been, FWP staff or whoever needs to pitch in. There's been like this last year, we had a vacancy. So we had an access technician that was a college student that we hired specifically to cover general questions and reservations. And yeah, Evan's right. Hunters that call to make a reservation usually have a laundry list of questions. Yeah. So it's that one-on-one, very specific time with a hunter to make reservations and answer all their
What's the first question? Where's the big ones?
We're all to look at.
Everett, I see you.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to Travis a little bit, and I might be asking a really stupid or obvious question, but I'm kind of curious how much doing everything by hand and kind of in an analog system hampers your ability to be more effective, or what access opportunity might be lost or impinged because we don't have the ability to just automate this online in some kind of online reservation system.
Well, it's definitely challenging and it takes a lot more time the way we do it, but right now it's the only option we have. We take the calls over the phone or in person, and then we fill out our reservation sheets. It's just what we have available to us right now. We've looked into trying to get some other technological things built and into production, but it just hasn't happened yet. It's definitely we're working towards, and we all want. We just haven't got there yet.
I guess I'm more wondering, can you quantify what it might be costing and lost opportunity or access to not have this to be automated?
I wouldn't say we've turned anybody away because of it. So I don't know that we've lost access. We found other ways to accommodate people. I haven't told anybody, no, we can't enroll you because we can't accommodate your wishes. So I don't know that we've actually lost access because of our process right now. But I think we could gain access if we had a better system.
Yeah. What about hunters who call in and can't get access because reservations are taken, or they call a BMA and the reservations are already full, at 5 a.m. for the year, right? Or, stories like that are common. Does that factor into that equation too?
It does. The hunters definitely would like some kind of automated online type of system. We hear that a lot. So maybe 3 years ago on 2 of our properties, we take reservations we started to go to a lottery system because there's so much demand and people could not get through on the phone lines they'd call 250 to 300 times before they could get through to us. So we went to a lottery system for 2 of those properties where we'll take calls for, I think, 3 days and then randomize that order of people that called in and then issue reservations based on that randomized order. And it's still not ideal, but it's helped kind of alleviate some of those concerns of the hunters that couldn't get through before, that they weren't getting a fair chance. At least everybody had the same opportunity to get a reservation through this lottery. And that's helped a little bit, but there's definitely better ways to do it.
Yeah, thanks, Travis.
Kind of taking off on what Everett was talking about, but it was more, I'm hearing this from resident hunters that say, well, when the landowner is doing their own reservations and they start calling them early on and they can't get through, and then all of a sudden they're full. And what I hear, they're suggesting that maybe they're filling them up with their friends or something first, and so they're very frustrated with that. possibility. It's more, from a resident's perspective, but I don't know, is that happening or is there some control over that or?
I can jump in on this. The one that comes to my mind, a BMA that we had that we no longer have. I heard that complaint a lot. It was a very limited opportunity. It was really close to Missoula, amazing deer hunting. And there was a lot of people who would say, we can't get access. When I call, they don't answer. And there was a lot of complaints of that. And so the only thing you can really do is take that landowner, take that situation and really just, do your research on what's actually happening. Is it hearsay? Is it that somebody called like at noon or they called at 10 p.m. and the landowner didn't answer? But, we get all these records back. And so it's pretty easy. It's pretty black and white to see, was it only neighbors? Was it their family members? And a lot of times I find that it's usually the rumor mill that is our biggest problem. So it's that perception that people can't get on. And that's not to say that it doesn't ever happen, but we do our best job to really research that, investigate it, and make sure that at the end of the day, hunters are getting fair and equitable access. I mean, that's kind of a principle that all the access managers hold very near and dear, is that fair and equitable access. And Travis talked about it with the lottery system, where when it becomes inequitable, we do take steps to try to mitigate that.
Donna?
The current system seems like a lot of work, and but you don't have a choice right now. What other choices is the state looking into? Is the state working on developing a better reservation system?
I can answer. What I can say is that access managers have been working with our division administrator, Hope, and also the director's office, and they're very well aware of this need and want, and working to balance that with other needs and wants within the entire department. So it's on the radar, and that's where we are today.
In looking at North Dakota, where the state tree is a telephone pole, but when they go, they have I have not personally gone through it, but they have a pretty decent online registration system. So it may be something of interest.
Yeah, and I would say, as these discussions happen and you're all looking into other areas, when you're finding opportunity like that, don't hesitate to share it with us, because we are looking at what options are available. It's certainly not going to happen overnight, but definitely aware that this is an interest and need and want, and would love to see any opportunities that are out there. So yeah,
thank you.
I'm not promoting land trust, but they've got a pretty fancy system there, just like Airbnb for houses. So something I don't know how hard that is to develop. I think it'd be helpful here. I'd highly recommend it.
I know about 10 years ago, there's a couple of brothers out of Bozeman who had a program called Huntable, and we were visiting with the FWP back 10, 12 years ago, George Beatus and I have given that name to Ed. So, yeah.
Just have one comment on this lottery and all these issues within how that's working or not working or preference. I mean, just look at the Smith River apps. Now we're trying to create a preference bonus point, non-resident, resident. I mean, I'm sorry, what a quagmire. And the reality is it's extremely high demand.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't drawn for a while. It's just the reality because of that demand. Is it equitable?
Mm-hmm.
It's in a randomized drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Elkhorns equitable? I got 19 points. I mean, so I just wonder, like you're indicating, Kendra, I wish we would all understand that these are limited resources, limited opportunities, and just because we didn't get it doesn't mean it was rigged.
Mm-hmm.
I think landowners genuinely try to make it the best when you're looking at 99% of the opportunities. And I just think we all have to kind of put that to bed when we hear it a little bit, because they're trying to do something, you know.
Well, I was just trying to relay what I'm
Oh, yeah.
hearing from,
Yep.
not my personal experience, but what I'm hearing out there, and I think it just needs to come to light. And I think those are good things that people gotta. So we have an answer when we tell.
Draw your mountain goat tag when you're 85 years old. You can't, there's no way in hell to get to them. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions for regional folks out there? Eric or Rod, whoever else is on there? Okay.
I got nothing.
Okay. How about back at us from Travis or Evan? Good.
Nope, I'm good.
I'm good too. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, just maybe to conclude that, I mean, obviously you guys work really, really hard, and it's great to know that cohesiveness across the board in the regions and the ability to communicate together. I wish people could see that, you know, when we all complain about we don't have enough access or we don't have the opportunity. I mean, I think we see that you're trying your darndest to make the best agreements with this whole toolbox, and it is a little complicated. You know, when you look at the 8 access programs, maybe there's more, whatever the number is, and how to communicate that in a way that's effective for each cooperator, landowner, what opportunities there, and then to resolve all the unique needs and challenges that each region and each property has. It's pretty monumental, and the success that exists, you know, we need to look into these things and ask why we've lost acreage or members, you know, and answering it by the answers you've given, at least provide some clarity to that. So just on behalf of this council, we appreciate that effort all of you make every day that we get to look at a little bit. And we know you're the experts on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. So I think next we got Jason or, yeah.
Yeah, we, Jason did provide a staff report in the packet. Hopefully everybody had a chance just to give that a quick view. It just talks about some of the highlights that have happened since the last meeting. And I want to thank him and all of the access managers who worked to put those together. It's new this year for PLPW, and hoping to give it a good shot and see if it's useful and helpful as we go forward.
We don't.
You don't have it.
So that one started with that.
Okay,
Yep.
It's just one page.
it's just two front and back, so we'll get a couple copies for you.
So, and actually that reminded me with that appreciation dinners from the regions, is there, as much as that is relational, have you ever thought there's other things that need to be done for that recognition? I mean, yeah.
There's always room for improvement.
But I mean, specific, I wish we could do that.
I think landowners are all motivated by something different. And I think everybody's feels appreciation in a different way. Sometimes it's a gift, sometimes it's somebody simply saying thanks, sometimes it's a card. So I really do believe that gratitude's important, and there's always room for improvement, and exploring those options it's just another tool in the toolbox of gratitude. So I really do believe, I mean, there's always room for improvement.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so just kind of picking up on the staff report. Since we met last, we had the opportunity to have some landowner dinners in some regions. Other ones are ongoing this week. Some will happen next week or thereafter. But everybody except for Region 2, I think, will be done except for this week. So I've had the privilege to go to all of them, or at least one in each region except for Region 6. So I got to apologize for Region 6. The weather and jury duty kind of prevented that one from happening, but otherwise I've been able to make it to at least one in all the regions. And they are a fantastic opportunity for landowners to get together, to converse, for them to meet our staff, but wardens, bios, access staff. And then also some of them provide an update, as well as some do some kind of door prizes with local community NGOs and those kinds of things. One of the benefits we had this year was the governor did get to attend the Region 1 Kalispell dinner. We've never had governor, as far as I know, attend one of the dinners before. So that was a real privilege. And then also they did a ranch tour with one of the Miley Ranch up at Kalispell. That worked out really well. We've had contracts going on currently, either are out, some are back already from people that are going to be enrolling this fall. Some are still in process, some are spring opportunities, and we still haven't books on the landscape either from snow from last fall, or they are open for spring bear, spring turkey, and those books haven't been collected yet to be compiled for all their contracts. But contracting is going on for block currently. We're going to be implementing the new cap this fall for those properties that would receive that cap. For public access land agreements, that application process closed in March. Many of you have been contacted or still will be contacted here locally for some PALA reviews to bring basically to fulfill the law, which is that PLPW provides the department a recommendation. If there was ones that you all wanted to discuss collectively, those will come before you at another meeting. But most of them are complete. Enrollment's about the same as it has been the previous 2 years. Continuing to gain interest. So that program is still growing. The elk hunting access agreements, so switching to another access program, those ones are open for application currently, and they'll close May 15th. We have 8 applicants so far. I would expect that'll pick up as the deadline gets closer. The 2022 evaluation report is on the commission website. So is that going to be up at these proposed agreements, as well as the review of last year's agreements are on the commission website. The new applications won't be up until May 25th, but all of the review from last year was posted earlier this month. So if you do want to review the 2022 EHA program report, you can look at that on the commission page of our website. Let's see, I think that was about it. We will have those recreation management area biennial rules that Kendra and Macy have for Stimson, TNC, and Avista up at the commission in June as well. So those will be up for commission renewal in June at the June 8th commission. So that's kind of what's happening in our world on a programmatic scale. We did have our Region 3 Access Manager, Colleen O'Rourke, resign as of last week, Friday. So currently the region does not have a formal access manager, but they did point somebody in the acting role. And then I've been backing up the region on different access questions or implementation pieces. Went to Bozeman yesterday. I'll be back at Bozeman on Monday to talk some other access projects. But so the region. So we thank Colleen for her long time with the agency and the impact that she had for sure with Region 3 landowners. So just want to put that out there too. Otherwise, that's kind of the staff report. We're mostly done legislative stuff. The governor, as Ed said, did sign our Senate Bill 58 yesterday. So we're off and running with that one.
So will Colleen be there tonight, or she?
Colleen, no, she was done Friday. So myself will be there, yes. And then Linnea Schroer, who's our Region 3 Parks and Outdoor Recreation Regional Manager. She's been going to all 4 of the dinners. I went to Cardwell on Tuesday to that one at La Hood, and then I'll go to Montana City tonight as well. So hopefully see some of you there. Montana City and La Hood or Cardwell are usually the 2 biggest ones for Region 3. So
Is there a chance to get that 454 report printed out? Is it fairly long?
There's a lot of information.
Is there?
It's only 15 pages, but we can get it printed out for you.
I'm really intrigued with that, so.
Yeah.
If you don't, I didn't know it was up yet, so.
I would just suggest to all of you, and I only recently read it. It's interesting reading all the comments. I mean, the amount of reporting that's required on the EHAs is greater than anywhere else by a long shot. And it's pretty fascinating reading all those comments and the respondents, both from the cooperator side and from the hunter side. I mean, when you look at all these things Kendra's talking about, the regional access people talk about, it's all right there. I mean, in little bits and pieces, there's all the happiness and all the frustration. I just thought that was quite a synopsis of what it's like to make a program successful.
You said that's on the commissioners link?
Yeah.
We'll get you a copy before you leave today, but it's on the commission, the June commission webpage.
Right. Even if you just send that link.
Yep, we can do it.
Right, like you printed for me, I'm like,
Okay.
oh.
Yep.
I don't know which button to push, I can read.
We'll have a few copies here for you by the break.
So it looks to me like a lot of these concerns have been handled pretty well now with more transparency and more, reporting and stuff. So I gotta applaud the department on that. That's really good, because that's one of the biggest complaints we had last year was the fact that, nobody really. So I think that's great. Can't wait to read it.
Yeah, one of the things we struggled with, and if you all have any recommendations, we'd love to hear them, is how to survey the additional public hunters over and above what's required. So we did survey what was required because we knew who that was. We tried implementing a roster list for people to sign up if you had additional hunters. Of course, those came back mostly illegible. So if you have other suggestions on maybe ways to survey additional public hunters, we're still kind of exploring what that looks like for the 2023 season. But we talked about postcards, we talked about rosters, we've tried different things that we utilize through Block actually as means to try and get feedback from the additional, so those over the minimum required by statute. But ultimately, it's what's required by statute, and that's what we focused on for the survey.
Were you able to get a number of the additional hunters?
For most of the landowners, they provided either a number or they provided how many elk were harvested. Even though we asked them for a number, they just said, here's the number of elk that got harvested. So
Maybe that's your test pilot for an app, Jason, since it'd be really small. Sorry. Lee, did you had something you were gonna?
No, probably not.
It's gone.
Yeah, I think it left. No, I just was curious, how's the EHA, is it expanded since last year? Is there, or we have about the same number of applications for the?
So far, we only have 8 applications.
That's about similar to
Last year we had 37.
Oh, okay.
So we've since the drawing has taken place, we did a targeted message to all the people that applied with landowner preference who were unsuccessful. So we went directly to those individuals and said, we know you're unsuccessful in elk preference. If you want to still hunt your own land this fall, here's a tool for you to utilize. I went directly to all the ones that were in the program again last year and said, just a reminder, this one's out again. And then we've also publicly promoted it through our channels at least once, maybe twice. And I think we'll probably do a reminder again later this week, if not first part of next week, about, hey, May 15th is the deadline, because that's kind of changed incrementally. It's been stepped up over the last few years too. So we long ago, you take them to October, even November for whatever we can get on the commission calendar. So you can do it at that fall. A couple of years ago, it was moved to June 1st, and this year by the biennial rule that was signed 2021 will be May 15th is the deadline for those. So just putting that out there too, that's been stepped up. So trying to again communicate the word for those that have interest in still elk hunting their own private land this fall.
The only one I have anything personal with is the Lee Ranch at Judith Gap, and they've made a generational transfer there. And I know I've talked to Bob, and he said his son was frustrated with the reporting requirements that went to the landowner that was providing the access and all of that kind of stuff. He was frustrated with that, where maybe he didn't have as much time as Bob did to do all that stuff. So that's all I heard. It'd be interesting to read it.
The landowners, they're pretty busy. It's hard to, I don't know, I wish there was some way we could simplify an app or something that would make it easy for them.
Yeah, we started last fall in October by sending the landowner or basically the person controlling access, all the surveys and everything. So the idea was when the hunter showed up to get access, you'd give them our survey. That didn't work out very well. So then we went and did a direct mail survey to all the specific individuals. And then after that effort was over for the non-respondents, we actually had regional staff as well as myself, Stephanie, Hope, we all made direct phone calls to non-respondents to try and get as many respondents as we could. And I think we ended up with like 93% response rate, which is astronomically high.
Yeah.
Compared to other human dimension surveys and other things that we do. But we want to make sure that the public saw what was happening on all the transparency pieces we could.
What about a hunt coordinator from the department? Or is that just unfeasible to have somebody just take that over and help the landowner? Is that possible?
Anything can be a good PLPW recommendation.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to find ways to get better reporting through. Because I know landowners, they're in the swamp.
Anything else on that? So is this part of this?
Yes, that's the back page to your staff report. Yep.
Okay.
So there's a two-sided, and it just covers those programs that I talked about. One thing I didn't mention was I know this committee went through the PALA administrative rules. I think we were sitting in Great Falls and looked through all those PALA rules about this time last year, and those have been tweaked and gone through. They're all approved, and those are implemented for this season as well. And I believe also that House Bill 438, which would remove that $5 application fee for PALA, I think that's gone through as well. I know I think it was a 50-0 vote in the Senate.
And remind me, was the 2 mile to 1 mile in that or rule?
Rule. So the rule has taken place and is in effect. Yep.
You guys are on top of it.
All of these guys.
Yep.
Yeah. We're definitely not gonna read this right now. I mean, it's just really interesting how much depth and detail, to your point, Paul. I mean, that's a tremendous amount. I mean, if you had 93% response of anything on block, that'd be amazing. Just what you'd see in here. But one question I had, Jason, on PALA. So maybe this was not reported correct, but it showed 222,000 acres in last year, and the year before was 343.
So the 222 is the new acres opened just this year.
Okay.
So it's over 400,000 as a program whole. But yeah, should the recommendation from the council be approved by the director, that's the big asterisk, right? Is that the director agrees to your recommendation or may decide not to follow your recommendation. And so if the agreements that were proposed are signed, it'll be an additional 222,000 new public access acres opened in PALA. Okay. I think it's over 450,000. I'd have to look exactly on the total currently open, but for 2022, just the new acres are.
Okay. I think that's all I had on that. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom there, folks? Okay. So I think next is we're gonna jump into block overview.
Sure.
Maybe we should just take a 10-minute break. And then we won't take it at 10:30. So we can switch gears to that.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 10:15, so 10:25 we'll kick back on. Okay, all right, thank you.
not quite sure how you want to run that. We have that summary data, we have the history page, we have statutes and rules, so all that data. So I don't know if you want to just look at this. It's just how in depth. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it says this one guy wasn't too, he didn't, I bet he probably won't sign up this next year. It's just,
I like that
there's a
one.
lot of
Extortion.
individuals in Montana.
Yeah, extortion.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that was.
How you doing?
Just gonna give you an idea per region.
Yeah.
I think it goes.
Yeah.
Previous year.
Yeah. So I'll get this printed out for you guys. I just wanted to make sure that was what you.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be wherever the land is. There's the big. So I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like I don't usually feel like I'm fine, but today I do now. It's driving me crazy.
So it's the whole family had 2 or 3 different.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, there's that. I think we should. I'm not. Get it this twist a little bit. It's nice what you do. Well, and that's the debate, right? Is it? Yeah, statute. We've gone both ways. And so that's one of the questions. It's just right now.
So how do you?
So the 6 guys.
No. But it does make more sense about.
Yeah, so there's this dynamic. Even though your statute has to just- but like license, that's what
I have questions.
So that's a reach out.
And they can actually relate it.
Yeah, so it's. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I still want.
It was nice last night when I took my walk, I had to take my jacket off, I got too warm. No, I was just kind of cold. Yeah. Overcast. I get bored, I might go fuel up or something. I don't know, they still got the plastic lid on the donuts, or did they take them off?
I don't need any.
Oh, you could have one anyway.
Well, now that the snow is gone, we can start running again. Yeah. You're killing me. You gotta be honest, this one's Canada.
Last year in May, so I think we got 8 inches on that.
Yeah, we were in Florida and we got back to Bozeman and we get into Bozeman and we're wearing, sandals and stuff because we just got back from Florida. And it was almost a foot of snow in Bozeman.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get up to almost 80.
It's just being the second zero with the flathead, so.
Yeah, there's still a lot of low elevation snow.
Yeah.
Flow charts and all that stuff. We're gonna get significant. Bump. The overnight flows are really bad. And they look to be all in the 30s, which is 24-hour cycle.
We're already seeing that in a lot of our meetings and stuff. Oh, yeah. A lot of closures for flooding.
Friends, yeah. Their turkey hunting by canoes.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
He took a GoPro video. He's like, well, typically we're walking through here. Hopefully the birds are around. They're looking for little islands.
Yeah. We had a staff member yesterday. A lot of people had it. Can't access anything. And they're frustrated because they can't drive spots. So we're just telling people. I'm sure camping out there. They're to walk and break them.
Yeah, wear your waders and maybe just go. There's a truck stuck out there, truck stuck for a long time. And if the water comes up more, then really. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that whole area. That's something. But yeah, I think rivers are gonna come up there. So this week. And go 20 miles really quickly.
Yeah. Fight some trees.
Yeah.
Well, I actually,
I was just looking at that. I was looking for that, because that was you, 21.
a lot of the reports, comments.
Yeah, so
Instead of big dog.
you've been down to the Centennial at all?
Not recently. Do I need to?
No,
Oh, do I need to take a road trip?
Cheyenne's gonna do it on Tuesday.
Oh, a landowner dinner?
No, getting, permission materials from last fall out of boxes as they go on.
Okay, I'm late.
If Kara has offered to help with any of that,
Line.
as long as she's got a map and numbers. she's fine.
That's usually the girls.
Well, you gotta find both of those things.
She also has a truck, which makes it easy.
Colleen's trucks.
We want
Wheels is always
Start with
important.
that.
Yeah. Worked out the field.
Deb or Jason?
Well, that-
At 10:45. Okay. All right.
Jason we can. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's best that he just kind of give a high level
Mhm.
and then Deb, and then there's some specific questions that people have about the information that he's provided.
Yep.
Then you can dive into that.
Okay. We're just missing Paul, right? Okay. Let's go see.
Jason, on the EFT form, you know, the supply agreements.
It's not like a great, that's just.
All right. Back at it. So we're gonna restart with Jason at bat and get back into block management, sort of a beginning overview again. It's all yours.
All right, so block management, there was this document too that was passed out, so we'll kind of refer to a little bit of some of that stuff. It's got a figure on it. Kind of give you a rough overview on some of that stuff.
I didn't get that one.
Okay. Here we go.
Come on, Paul.
Yeah, all the orange pages together, right?
Yeah, will you give me
I'm
one there,
sorry.
Paul, too?
What's that, Paul?
I'm not the only one. Where was I? I was here.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
Don and I did, they just ignoring us.
We put cabinets on the table.
They think we talk too much. Paul.
So
Yeah.
we've covered, in our previous meetings, we've covered quite a bit of what I'm gonna talk about, but I just wanted to, as the group takes a deep dive into block, kind of give some high level overview of what that is. The history page kind of runs down some high points of what's happened with the program, where it started. It actually started as a local grassroots effort in the mid 1980s. Between landowners and hunters, really, and the payment piece, the license piece, the formal structure to the program didn't come into place until 1995 through House Bill 195. We actually, 1996 was the first season where we started doing actual contracts and actually had rules and how the structure worked. So 1995, the legislature authorized us to have a $8,000 cap. And then, like I said, 96 was the first kind of formal year we had the program. So Jen's working on pulling up a PowerPoint. We'll go through a little bit more in depth, but over time, you guys can see it's been through a couple legislative audit reviews. We included the latest one in your packet for this meeting. It's also on the PLPW website. 99, they increased, the legislature again increased the cap from 8,000 to 12,000. And then in 2001, a significant thing came into be, which was our weed management incentive. So if a landowner agrees to utilize this portion of funds, i.e. up to 5% of their contract for weed management, we add that into their contract. And last year, I think the weed payment alone was almost $800,000. I'd have to look, I have the totals here, but we'll look at that. So to Lee's comment earlier, landowners, non-resident, didn't used to be able to have the payment and a license benefit. You could choose one or the other, but now, and as of 2005, they could have both the payment and a license benefit. But at one time it couldn't be designated, but now it can be. So in 2009, they can designate that license benefit to either a family member or an employee. So for non-resident landowners, they receive the big game combination license that everybody's all stirred up about, the 17,600 or whatever that is. All of the block management non-resident big game combos are guaranteed, and they're in addition to that 17,000. So they're over and above. They don't come from it. They're over in addition to it. It's about 100 licenses a year. So there's about 100 non-resident big game combos.
But every one of them is associated with a BMA.
Correct.
And so they're providing access and exchange.
Correct, exactly, yep, exactly, yep. So then, 2009, the department, who has the ability to raise that hunter day payment, we went from a $10 hunter day to an $11 hunter day. That's about $500,000 then, and even more recently in 2017, we did it again. It's about $500,000 for every dollar that translates to contract. So for every $1 you go up in the hunter day payment, it's about $500,000 more to landowner. So in 2017, again, the legislature increased from a $12,000 cap to a $15,000 cap. And the department went from an $11 hunter day to a $13 hunter day. So again, same numbers, about 1.2 million. So every dollar is about $500,000 or a little bit more. Also in 2017 was the first time that any kind of preference could be given to an individual for hunting a block management area. So all of our BMAs and by statute and rule are fair and equitable access for all. There's no preference. You can't, just because you're a kid doesn't mean you get to hunt the BMA first. We can't do those kinds of rules. We have other programs where we can utilize that kind of a tool, but for block management, that doesn't work. However, in 2017, the legislature authorized landowners to provide preference to veterans on Veterans Day. So if they are a veteran and are requesting to hunt on a block management area that does take reservations, landowners have the option to provide that preference. Also, and so then kind of, again, skipping down into 19, there was an option by Representative Marler to have your permit refunds. So if you're unsuccessful in drawing your permit, you can donate that back to block management. In 2022 was the first time that happened. And also in 19, we went through this really big restructuring and overhaul of the current block management statute, because prior to about my start in 2017, block management was synonymous with hunting access, and it still is in large part today. But now we have a whole bunch of other hunting access tools and programs and options that we are utilizing on a much bigger scale. But the 2019 effort solidified that there is a block management program, and that's in statute. So there's a title in statute that block management exists, but it also put it in the context of it not being the only thing we have, it's being one of the tools we have. And that also looked at the payment side of it in 19, but nothing was done in terms of a cap increase in 19. In 2020, unfortunately, because of the world health situation, we didn't get to celebrate as much as we would have liked, but it was the 25th anniversary, we say, for block management. So we did do some multi-tools and some knives and a gift from the director and that kind of stuff. And in lieu of our appreciation dinners, we did directly mail just some gifts of appreciation to landowners. In 2021, as a part of the recommendation from PLPW, the legislature did increase from 15,000 to 25,000 in terms of a cap. And there was also an option to, if a non-resident wanted to hunt with an outfitter, they could purchase a second preference point, and a portion of those funds also were dedicated to block management. So then lastly, it brings us to this year, 2023, again, as a work of this group. We're still at the $13 hunter day rate, but the cap was successfully increased from 25,000 to 50,000. And that's kind of the highlights, I guess you could say, of the history of the program. So if you have any other questions, we can talk about. Yes, Lee.
How do we, it looks like every time we raise the 100-day and every time we raise the cap, and we did it in 2020, it went from 6 million to 2022, it's 8 almost. Have we got the financing to keep going on, trying to catch up with the outfitters and the land trust and all that kind of stuff? Where does the money come from?
A large part of the most recent increases have come from PR. So historically, we used about 1.2, 1.5 million of Pittman Robertson federal aid in the block management contracts. We've gone more than that now to make up for.
So what are the changes with the new legislation going to do to this? Because this, unless I don't see it, it shows the acres and it shows the cooperators, but it doesn't show the 100 days on this. Really small.
So let's that's where we'll dig into. Good question, Lee. We'll dig into this PowerPoint presentation. I use this presentation for a lot of other things too, but one of the things I like to emphasize on this slide, at least, is that block management compensates for impacts. We're not paying for access. We're paying for the impacts and the inconvenience for allowing access on that property. And as Kendra said earlier too, road issues or other things that come from it, we define block management as an impact payment. It is an opportunity to help manage hunters. I mean, that's really one of the biggest selling features. It's not the money, it's help in managing hunters. And so that's what we're really focusing on there. And then, like I said, it's not going to be the way to make the most money. There's clearly other avenues and options for landowners if they want to make more. The cap will certainly help in terms of trying to be one of the competitive options, but it's not. Again, it's up to a landowner to decide how they want to handle that. So the way that block management specifically is funded is a portion of licenses all go into our hunter access fund, and then there's also, again, like I said, the PR. So non-resident upland game bird licenses, all the super tag, the non-resident big game combos, there's portions of those. Then as a resident, you know, we currently pay $2 of our base hunting license goes into this hunter access fund. So if you're buying guns and ammo, clearly there's a benefit there. If you're buying super tag licenses, there's a benefit there as well. But in large part, as a resident, we're not contributing a whole lot of money to the block management program. And then, like I said before, PR, those donated permit refunds, and then also that preference. Historically, we've gotten around $3,000 to $4,000 from the Turkey Federation every year as well. They just have a super fund grant, and they appreciate the spring turkey opportunity, and so they help provide some of the map costs, the travel costs, and some of the operation costs through that super fund grant. So as we talked about, here's just the same bullet points on the history. We can skip that one. So in 2022, looking at both your giant sheet, but then also we can focus on the screen here too. The number of cooperators is around 1,300. Contracts are about the same. As you mentioned, Lee, payments have been going up. There's a variety of things associated with either the increase in the hunter day or increase in the cap or more use, because we are a use-based payment. The more people on the landscape, the higher the payment. That's also had an impact. And then, you know, there's clearly a benefit to other inaccessible public land beyond just the private land opportunity. So on a scale across time, we've been around that 1,200 landowner mark since probably 2003. In 2012, we had some tough decisions to make because we didn't have the funding. So we had to remove landowners from the program or even rank them according to the best opportunity regionally. We haven't had that since then. We've got the funding to support everybody that wants to enroll that's going to be a fit for the program. not everybody is a fit. They want to be too restrictive or too difficult, then it's not going to work for us or them very well. Then we can look at other options, or just, block isn't the right thing for them. But relatively speaking, we've been pretty flat over time. Now it gets into what it means regionally. Go ahead.
So on the 2012, wasn't that the economics of
Yeah, there's
non-resident
right,
purchases fell?
right, and also just the guaranteed outfitter license. I won't get into
There
that.
wasn't there some political things at that same time?
161 happened the year before.
Wasn't there some department decisions that impacted some of the landowners to withdraw?
There's
The bear
also
clause, there was some of
yeah,
that up there.
Yep. There's, as Travis mentioned, or I think maybe even Kendra, landowners remove themselves from the program or decide to not re-enroll for a variety of reasons. The number one is that generational change or sale. But anytime you're talking about bears or wolves or bison, especially in your country, number of landowners are right. Well, whatever. They just say, I don't, I've had a comment with one in Region 4 actually was, if you don't get a handle on your bears, I'm not going to re-enroll. It's like, well, as you guys know, there's a lot more strings to that. So there's a variety of reasons that happen that people choose not to re-enroll. Yep. Go ahead.
No, in 2012 is a prime example because the majority of the program is funded by the income received from non-resident licenses. If you say it's 28.5%, that's close to $400 per person who applies for a license, which comes to roughly $9 million alone this year that went into the state from non-resident hunters. I mean, my math is just off the top of my head. But you could get those exact figures. So when we complain or talk misleading about non-resident hunters, we as residents will lose our rights on block management because there will not be a program because it is funded mainly by non-resident hunters. And so 212 was just a prime example of that.
Yeah, and at one time too, it started as 25% of that, and then because of the budget shortfall, they went to 28.5% as well. Yeah, you're exactly right. So taking that statewide cooperator figure and breaking it down regionally. So here's what you're looking at regionally, and I'll give you a couple minutes to digest it, and then we'll jump into our legislative update because Deb is here too. But just so that you guys, what you're looking at on the screen is a representation of all those numbers on that big table. In Region 6, it's primarily the place where we've seen an increase in landowner enrollment. Region 4 has had some as well. 5 has quite significantly declined since the early 2000s. 1, 2, and 3 are pretty much flat on a scale of 50 cooperators at a time. So that's just, it's a Region 7, as Travis mentioned, I think as was alluded to earlier, the big loss in private land acres has correlated with the decline in cooperators, but in reality, as he said too, I think he said 320 has been their average for a long time. So the one place that we are growing or have been growing over the last couple of years anyway, the last 5 years or so, has been Region 6 specifically. There's been a lot of growth, which then the more properties you have, the more hunters you have, the more payments you have. So it's all connected, as well as those other couple of things we talked about. On a finish here and on a statewide scale, again, looking at the light green bar is that total payment over time mapped out, as well as the private land acreage and public land acreage there. They're connected. But in 2017 was the year we crisscrossed and went from payments now exceeding acreage.
Jason.
Yep. All right, Deb.
Switch gears.
Changing gears. I was told 10:45. It's all you.
Real quick, Lee had a
Jason,
Yeah.
how many 100 days?
We'll get
Have you
there
got
after
it?
Deb's
Does
presentation.
it come on and she's
Yep.
gonna do that? Okay.
I'll
thank you.
take
That's all
care
my-
of that piece of it from there once we talk about the legislative stuff.
Okay, thanks.
But yep, we'll get into 100 days as well. Yep.
Jen, Jen's gonna sit here.
I'm sorry, Ed.
That's all right.
She told me to sit here.
I spread out to the space. So.
All right. Hi, everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm Deb O'Neill. I work here in Helena, Legislative Liaison and Special Projects Manager. We didn't see you down there for the Director's Office here in Helena. So it was a pretty exciting session. I'm here to just go over some of the bills that I presented to you at the very beginning of the session and just telling you where we're at with them. And then answer questions on any other bills that you might have. So I'm going to just start. So we started the session with 14 bills that we considered FWP bills. These are the bills that we brought forward. And we were successful with all of them, actually. One didn't go forward, but that was also by our choice. So I'll just go through them real quick. House Bill 42, that was the one that allows FWP employees, not just law enforcement, to carry firearms. And that was signed by the governor. Another one, surety bonds for our licensed agents. They don't have to carry surety bonds anymore. That's antiquated. And so we repealed that, and that was signed by the governor. Upland Game Bird, House Bill 74, Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program. This was the one where we were required to spend a certain amount of money on upland game bird releases. And instead of requiring that, we just repealed that section, and they landowners still can release upland game birds if they choose, but they're not required. We're not required to spend that money for the releases, and we could use it for habitat instead. And that was signed. All of these also are going into effect immediately so far. House Bill 86 was the WHIP program. It had a sunset date on it, and we got rid of the sunset date, and it was also amended to be named after Representative Kelly Flynn, who came up with this program here in Montana. And that was signed by the governor. It takes effect immediately. Another cleanup bill, House Bill 99, snowmobile permit. It was an outdated permit that we no longer use. So we cleaned that up. That was signed, effective immediately. House Bill 131 was the 24-hour wait period to buy a license before you could harvest a wolf. That's the only species in the state that still required that wait. So we got rid of the wait period, and that was signed and effective immediately. House Bill 133 affected non-resident college students. We were requiring non-resident college students to come into our offices to purchase their licenses because they had to show proof. But we now know we can do that online. We do it with veterans, so they can buy their licenses online as well. And that was signed effective immediately. House Bill 146, that was the landowner preference for deer and antelope. We have it in statute for elk. We never had it in statute for deer and antelope. It just codifies it and puts it into statute. We've been doing it, but it hasn't been in statute.
What's
So,
the landowner acreage on that one?
oh gosh, 160, yeah. Nothing changed. Nothing changed on
The
that.
same all the way across to your elk. And
Yep, that was just the same.
And elk is a little bit different.
Elk is
They're
different.
bigger.
Elk is a lot
You have to have
bigger.
more country.
Yeah.
Three something.
640 for contiguous.
For elk.
for elk, unless you're doing antlerless, that's a little bit different. For the bull permit, it's 640 contiguous.
And it's 160 for deer. and
For
elk.
deer and antelope. Yeah, and like I said, that didn't change. We just put it into law.
Okay, thank you.
And that was signed effective immediately. House Bill 162, the ETAG law, basically we said that any game animal or turkey could have an ETAG, and we missed some species. And so this law allows us to have any species that has a carcass tag to also have an ETAG. It just allows us to create that. We haven't changed it yet, but it allows us to do that. And that was signed effective immediately. The block management cap, you already talked about that. I imagine everybody knows about that in this room. That was signed effective immediately. Senate Bill 76, this was the attaching the paper tags to the carcass. As you know, we've heard a lot of feedback from that. So this allows the hunter to have the paper tag accompany the carcass. You don't have to attach it to the animal. And that has been transmitted to the governor, not signed yet, but we don't expect any issues with that. Senate Bill 84, hunting and aircraft use. That was the one that identifies drones as aircraft now. And it's same rules apply. So
So do you, how does it, what does it say you can't do it?
you can't fly a drone on the same day that you hunt.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's, it's like an airplane.
Yep. That was the main part of the bill, and that was transmitted to governor. We don't expect that to we expect him to sign that. Senate Bill 85, that was the grizzly bear bill that had language about translocating grizzly bears out of a recovery area and include those as mortalities. This bill was tabled, but we were okay with that because we included this language in Senate Bill 295 from Senator Gillespie. So it's all included in there. It's just in a different bill. And that was transmitted to the governor. And the last one was Senate Bill 88. The last one that was ours was Senate Bill 88. And this was, we would require a lifetime fishing pass for the blind. We required them to buy an AISPP license. We don't require them to buy any other prerequisites. So we just repealed this so they didn't have to buy an AISPP, and they have a lifetime fishing license. And that was transmitted to the governor as well. And we don't expect any issues with that, of course. So all of our bills that we brought this year were cleanup bills and really pretty easy and innocuous bills. But I'm happy to take any questions on any of the other bills that weren't ours. And
Just a point of clarification, the governor, the BMA bill just raised the cap. It didn't do anything with the
100-day, no, that's.
Because that's where the money goes.
And that's the director's authority. The director can make those decisions on his own.
It's up to him to decide.
Yep.
But that's where the money all goes, is to the per day guys.
Yep.
That's where.
And we couldn't increase one without increasing the other. You know, we couldn't increase our 100-day under the director's authority without increasing that cap. Yeah.
So it's set up to do whatever's fiscally responsible. Okay, thank you.
Senate Bill 283, Hunter said.
243.
Or 243, excuse me.
Yeah, that failed third reading. I think everybody was surprised about that. We don't know why that didn't go through. We were initially oppositional to that bill, and then we worked with the representative, and we came in as supportive of that bill. We don't know what happened, but that was requiring in-person field days.
And so
It's dead.
Anything else you're waiting for right now?
Actually, not really. We are waiting on a couple of joint resolutions. Let's see, the only ones that we're watching closely now are the MIPA ones, just because we do MIPA, and we just want to see where they're going to end up. So that's Senate Bill 557 and House Bill 971. And then Senate Joint Resolution 32, and that's an interim study on hunter pressure and overcrowding. And then Senate Joint Resolution 36, and that's an interim study of outdoor recreation economy. And those are really the only ones we're left watching.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Yeah.
They're pretty good legislators.
I guess.
They had money and work.
You're happy.
Everybody is
Okay.
pretty much, I think. Well, not
Yeah,
everybody.
it's everything. It was pretty easy on us this session. So
Yeah.
Which one is the marijuana one?
there's a lot of marijuana ones.
Marijuana.
Oh, the 442 for the county road. That one, let's see. So that one has changed so much. So I'm looking at the notes now. We were informational on that one, coming from a fiscal perspective. And it did pass third reading. So that's going to be transmitted to the governor. We don't know what's going to happen there, but that takes the 20% allocation for Habitat Montana and puts it into a different account. It's still used for Habitat Montana and Habitat Montana like purposes. So it's a little confusing why it's in a different account, but 75% will go directly into a fund that will be used as the same manner as Habitat Montana. 25% goes into another fund. After the first fund reaches $50 million, they had to make this complicated. After the first fund reaches 50 million, 25% goes into the other fund, which can be used for WIP or Habitat Montana. So really not a whole lot has changed there.
That Lang, Bill?
Yes. And of course, the county road thing is a separate thing, but it's used for county roads.
Any questions from those of you on Zoom? From the council? For Deb? Nope.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Okay.
Well, I'll come back anytime if it's this easy.
Oh, you're just good at it.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Have a good meeting.
Sorry, I took your spot.
You can spread out again.
All right, back to Jason, huh?
All right, we can start talking numbers some more. Thanks, Deb. So we're gonna skip into breaking down that acreage total by region and seeing where it's actually happening. And again, highlighting stuff we've already talked about, but it's on a per acre basis here by region. Every good presenter's got to have kids and kill photos in their presentation. That's my oldest there. First science. All right. Okay, anyway, so we'll just talk about, so again, there's the cooperators by region where we kind of left off. Region 6 with the growth. There's our, again, total payments, total landowners. And so here's where the breakdown of total acres by region comes into play. Again, as mentioned before, I think somebody had talked about the big loss, but that's been a significant loss in Region 7 over the last 20 years. Any one year isn't like the year, but 1% per year adds up over a long period of time. Some of the Region 2 stuff is kind of kittywampus there around 2009 and 2010. We had some database questions and things that had to get sorted out, but their most recent data is pretty accurate. And again, the yellow there, Region 6 is the place we've seen the most growth. But the other regions declining or maintaining stable. And then there's also the caveat too for Region 2 that Kendra mentioned of the 350,000 acres that was in block. That's no longer in block, but it's open to public access through public land ownership. All right, so one of the questions I got at the Upland Game Bird Council that I figured I'd run the data for this group was, what's the price per private land acre enrolled? And so in 1996, we were around that 42 cents an acre, 48 cents an acre. And now we're pushing $1.35. Whatever that means. Again, it's just a number, but that's just one of the statistics that the Upland Game Bird Council had asked for. So I thought I'd bring to this group as well. So we look at total payments by region. There's again, like we talked about, those history factors, the 100-day increases, the cap increases. Most recently, the 100-day increases, Lee, I promise I'll get to you here shortly. By region, that's where you're seeing it. And then also in 2021, we implemented an aggregate incentive of $1,000 So for anybody who joins an aggregate or is enrolled in an aggregate, you're guaranteed $1,000. And then we also added additional aggregate incentive on top of that. So there was about 700,000 in aggregate incentives over and above the typical payment structure. So that's why, again, you're seeing those jumps here the most recent years. So talking about contracted 100 days. So the reason I say contracted because what I have in the database is what's actually on the contracts. But what's actually on the contracts is a factor of the previous year's use going over a period of time. And that's kept regionally, actually. So thinking about the hunter day number that's reported on a contract is that prior year plus the 3 previous years. So we do everything on a rolling average, a 4-year rolling average, so that landowners don't see really big spikes, but they also don't see really big valleys. It's a 4-year rolling average, and that's what I have to report is the contract number. It's not what the true exact number of hunter days might have been from 2022, let's say. On somebody's contract for 2023, it's 22 plus 21 plus 20 plus 19 to get an average that could go on their 23 contract. So again, 2020, everybody knows what's happened to outdoor recreation most recently. 100 days have gone up. So then hunter days by region is kind of all over the board because particularly for region 1 and region 2, we didn't have a good mechanism for some of the large corporate timber companies to report on 100 days. So in 2020, Kendra and I came up with this idea of doing a per hunter day rate on a per acre basis. So she took all of her type 2s, figured out how many hunter days are happening on a per acre basis, and we just use that as a multiplier for region 1 and region 2, because we didn't have any data for some of the green diamonds of the world that have 300,000 acres because there's no permission required. So we have no way of capturing it. So what we did was, again, use this per hunter day by acre model to figure out an estimate on those regions. So that's why you see some of the big swoops and ups and downs in those areas. But Lee, to your point, region 6, and this is also the regional access staff's point, is that they've had consecutive growth year after year after year after year of more people coming to the area, more hunter days on the landscape. So that also increases payment. So again, the hunter day, contracted hunter day, that's what you're looking at there for region 6 is the yellow, region 7, region 4 is the purple, 3 right there with 4. 1 is more of that lime green that's kind of jumped up there right to where the rest of them are at as well. Region 2 is right there as well, and region 5 is the one that we've seen again as the number of BMAs decreased over time in 5. Also, the number of hunter days has decreased in region 5.
So is there a total of that?
If you go back one, Jim, so this is 1999 to 2022. And because of those big squirrely lines in there, I didn't do that. So here's your total. We're up over 600,000 now in terms of total hunter days across the state, where in 2013, we're just over 400,000. And another thing I like to highlight, and this was in your packet as well, was that executive summary of the human dimensions survey we did in 2019. That's the one where we looked at, so historically, I would say we've done surveys of block management before, but when we surveyed hunters, we would survey those that were out of the sign-in box. Like we didn't have a general public hunter, just general hunter who bought a license, what their thought of the program was. So that's what we were trying to get through this effort. So we targeted block management landowners and then just general hunters. And so in 2019 was the last time we've done this survey. Again, most were satisfied with the program. Most are allowing deer hunting. To Paul's question, do you have people that want to leave because they get the permission? Most of those landowners, again, were satisfied with the permission that they had. And then one of the comments that was made earlier was the quality of the hunter, or when those green signs go up, the hunters actually seem to behave better. And that's not the first time I've heard that. I hear that from quite a few landowners about, I used to have people driving all over my place, but since I got into block, it's actually been managed much better than what I had previously. And so that's where the hunter behavior is actually increased with those, I'd say, green signs going up, but enrollment in the program. So this is that, again, broad scale, 5,000 hunters, 40% response rate. For those that are familiar with BMA, most are happening in region 3 and 4, hunting deer, elk, upland game birds, waterfowl, upland game, and antelope are our highest harvest. And roughly 2/3 are satisfied or very satisfied with the opportunities through block management. That's that the bottom couple bullets there. And then 75% were satisfied or very satisfied with the communication that they had with landowners. And so all of these 2 survey results are in that, again, that executive summary packet you provided with your materials for this meeting.
So square with me, most were in 3 or 4 when the most increase is in 6.
So on a total hunter day basis, most hunter days are in region 6. For this survey of those that responded that they hunted BMAs, those hunters hunted most region 3 and 4. If that makes sense.
Most
So
of the
it's-
ones that let region 6.
So it's
were
not,
able to read.
if you think about the hunter day, it's everybody, right? Region 6 is whoever signed into the box, that's everybody. But for this particular survey, when we surveyed individual public hunters, they may have hunted BMA or they may not hunt at all.
Right.
And for those that did respond to the survey who hunted BMA, that's where they were hunting, is region 3 and 4. So it's a little bit different nuance. In our previous surveys in 2013, 2009, when Block looked at these kinds of data, we just took names right out of the sign-in box. So you were guaranteed to be a block management hunter. On this view, it's what does the average hunter think? What does the just everyday person who bought a license think versus I hunted this BMA and my opinion of this BMA is X. Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
So we do get comment cards and we do get coupons back. We do get some feedback on individual BMAs. A lot of the sign-in boxes have a portion where you put a portion in the box and then keep the other half as your permission, but that also has your comments. And hunters are asked to turn those back into the boxes. Most don't. So the feedback we get on an individual property basis is often very limited outside of our staff doing the reviews and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. The highest harvest is waterfowl on those
Yeah,
general.
for those that responded on the 5,000 survey, I don't know how we got a whole pool of waterfowl hunters. But, I guess so as we talked about before, 2007, 2013, 2019, the top reasons of people leaving the program are primarily because the land sold or other issues that are unrelated to block. So we've had So primarily it's landowners that are leaving the program because of land sales, not because of, I mean, hunter behavior has a factor, sure. Money has a factor. Bison, wolves, bears have a factor. You know, we've had some that are unhappy with shoulder seasons, either pro or against, that have left as well as of the 2019 survey. So I'm going to skip this part because I don't want to confuse everybody. Because this next one really makes it a whole lot more complicated. So when I talk about our aggregate, how we have to calculate our aggregates, I'm not going to get into too much of the weeds here unless we get there later this afternoon. But because my kid's really big into Maverick, I had to throw up the example. But really, it's a 4-year rolling average. That's an average of the BMA. It's a percentage of the acreship. It's a percentage of how many days you have. It's added with a 20% bonus. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here that I'm not going to get into, but I will if the committee wants to dig that deeply into how it all works on an aggregate scale. The individual BMAs are much more simple, but they're still a 4-year rolling average. There's no $1,000 aggregate incentive. There's no 20% bonus. It's all what is the 100 days on an average? That's it. That's the clearest way on individuals. But these aggregates can become quite of a nightmare when you have different permissions or different rules. I mean, the permission's the same, but different rules. So Kendra alluded to muzzleloader season, but then up in, up in Region 6, we've got some landowners that are 20 or 30 landowners in one block management area, and that becomes quite the Excel spreadsheet math. So hats off to the regional access managers because they're the ones that are doing all that math. There's not currently a system that does that aggregate incentive calculations for them.
So just a question to that. So with aggregates, and I'm looking mostly Western, do you consider them, I mean, outside of the access satisfaction by the hunter and the landowner, as a management effort and tool for congregated elk and such, it seems to me that they're the most effective, rather than just one isolated opportunity when you're dealing with congregated elk at any one point in time. How do you see that, like in your region?
I think effectively the block management program, I mean, it's called block management program because it's intended to block
Yep.
neighboring lands together to make it easier for the hunter to be able to utilize a larger footprint essentially and have the same permission system, the same rules. So as far as, the public use standpoint, it makes it easier when there's congregated elk, or, you don't have to sign into 5 different sign-in boxes to get at the same elk. You just get to go across 15 different landowners to get at those elk. So I think it just makes it easier for the public to utilize a larger landscape. And, whether there's, wildlife management issues or not, it just makes it takes some of that burden away from the public user and just makes it more straightforward and simple.
And then therefore the landowner is generally more pleased.
I think what I see the most in aggregates in Western Montana is the sentiment of working with your neighbors and managing issues together collectively. And so a lot of these longstanding aggregates in Western Montana, you really do see, like when I call somebody up and say, hey, there's this change, they'll say, okay, I'll check with my neighbors and get back to you. So sometimes there's even aggregate landowner meetings where we'll all get together and talk about it. So it's just a larger landscape management tool and a way for neighbors to work with neighbors too.
Yeah, so like with last February's presentation with Colleen and the Matador Ranch, to me, the amount of coordination that went there is very effective. And on the same point, you sort of collectively serve the same purpose. If I look at Region 2, without quite as much managed coordination. I'm not trying to say one's better than the other, but it seems like where you have one landowner with a large elk issue or 3 smaller comparatively landowners, but regionally significant, they accomplish that also as effectively, pretty much because those elks move around.
I think it depends on the objective, what problem you're trying to solve. I think when you're trying to focus on harvest and you're trying to do that very quickly and effectively and get a really high harvest rate, that does require much more hands-on, a very, very coordinated, it's like a scalpel. And that's just what's required when you have such a huge elk population and you're trying to get the highest harvest possible. Where I think, long-standing block management areas, it's more stable, it's like the elk numbers go up and down, but it's pretty predictable from year to year.
And that was kind of my point, because what I saw in that area when we started shoulder seasons outside of previous roster damage hunts, the shoulder seasons pretty much accomplished the objective in those areas mostly in 3 years. And I don't really know the history down south as well, but to me, that's always the issue with those landowners that are concerned about the impact on their fields every day, and how we effectively handle that, plus getting really good satisfaction, from those that are applying the hunting tool in that area. So those concentrated opportunities to spread it out. We talk a lot about overuse and too heavy to pressure. But it seems to me one of those solutions is an aggregate. When that's the case, if we just had one of those aggregates and you took it apart, now you only have one, then you have a problem.
It's very complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of an observation about it. Don't know how well it works across the state. Yeah. Back at you, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm pretty much done with my portion. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, and you guys probably haven't even heard about. Historically, when the program began was, and it's still an arm today, is that we are to charge landowners for services. They call it a hunter management services deduction. Meaning if you want a sign-in box, it's $50. If you want us to take the reservations, we're gonna take that off your contract. We started it in 1996 as a way partly to save costs and to push some of the burden onto landowners, but since 2015, we have not charged anything for anybody. All of the responsibility for management of the property has come to the department, even to the extent of technicians are now responsible for all sign-in box materials, permission materials, etc. Landowners sometimes still want to be able to put maps in the box or whatever, and we certainly let them, but it comes with the understanding that there's no expectation of the landowner on behalf of the hunter management piece, unless they want that responsibility. So in 1996, it was about a $62,000 deduction from contracts, if you think about way back when, 26 years ago. But today, in 2015 forward, we haven't charged a single dollar for hunter management services. It's all been on the department. But that language that we are to charge is still in rule. So as we look to update the program and look to update rules, that's one of the areas that this group wanted to make a recommendation too about the responsibility of the department. We certainly entertain those kinds of recommendations. What would the number be if we were to actually have landowners be charged? I have no idea.
Would it be
The
least?
dynamic here is that in certain situations,
Well,
landowners, well, being an impact-based payment, those that have the most impacts receive the most payment. When you do kind of reservations, if you're doing that yourself, that's a burden on yourself versus a burden on the department. So if the department's going to take your reservations versus you take your reservations, we were going to charge you originally because the department's fulfilling that service. But now we don't do any of that. So I couldn't even begin to tell you. It's depends on what the rates are. If we wanted to charge per sign-in box, I'm sure it'd be $500,000 probably just for sign-in boxes. I don't know. Whatever rate we could come up with. That was part of the reason for doing away with it, was some regions said it's worth this much and some regions said it's not worth anything. We're going to do it all. And so again, 2015 was the last time we did hunter management service deductions, but still something.
Does there need to be a recommendation then?
I think we will be pursuing a block management rule change whenever the decision is for our payment structure. So we are going to be pursuing rule changes to the block management rules. It's always helpful to have a backing of committees to say, yep, this has been vetted and it's not worth having. So,
And clearly at this point in time, cooperators, I think everybody presumes that signage is a key part of what you're getting.
Right.
You know, you just talked about the implied value of having a green sign and the perceived control it brings just with it. So, yeah.
if you add that in there, you probably have another dip in your enrollment. That's what it happened.
Well, and it's,
yeah, we haven't had any conversations like we would reinstitute it, but by rule, we are to charge. And it's been a long, even since I got here 6 years ago, the debate was, well, what's it worth? No one could come up with that value. Ultimately, we feel, at least from the program standpoint, that it's our responsibility to help manage hunters in every way we can. So we have.
But Jason, on that, anything that's 26 years old has things added and subtract over the years, you know. Would it be a good idea to have the department do a language review of the program and bring, instead of just this piece should be changed now and then another 2 years we're changing another piece. Would it be a good idea to review all the language and then bring those ideas to us?
Yeah, we are embarking on the rule process. So the administrative rule process, we will do a comprehensive review. It's not just one piece here or there.
Okay.
The statute change, the statute overhaul in 2019 was pretty comprehensive, so we're pretty good there too. I think we have the structure. Now we just need to put meat on the bone, so to speak. Whatever. So with that, we can jump into, I'm not going to go statute by statute or rule by rule, but there was a packet of the statutes and rules just from the agenda topic in your packet as well. Hopefully you'll see it. I'll just hit the highlights of kind of what each does, just so you have an idea. Have that. So the first few pages are the statutes that govern block management, and then the last few pages are the rules. And we are going to do a comprehensive rule review. We started in with this group about a year ago, but then with the session and other things that were still in flux, we didn't want to get too far down the path. But so the first one is, like we talked about, veterans preference on Veterans Day. If anybody has a block measure that they're taking reservations on, they can give preference to somebody who has veterans preference. 87-1-264 is, again, like I talked about, the expenditure of funds for weed control. So if somebody's going to be agreeing to use that money for management of weeds on their property, we give them a 5% contract bonus, basically, for weed management. In 2022, the weed management total was $367,000. So that's what the 5% added up for just weed management. 265 outlines block management and what we consider the criteria for which we enroll property. That's in sub 6, the number of days, the wildlife habitat, game populations. So then 266, 87-1-266 is the license rates. Don't have it all, Lee.
I don't know what I got. I don't think our meter can even find it.
There's one I printed off this morning.
Near the back of the
Lee,
pack.
I sent you an earlier version, so we'll get you.
Well,
There you go. So now. Yep. Well, we're on top of the second.
Looks
page.
more, makes more sense.
Yep.
I can
Thank
pull off
you.
the website.
Sorry about
Have you got
Yeah,
that?
following it now. All right, so 63 was veterans preference, 64 is the weed management, 65 is the authorization for the program, but then also in 87-1-265 sub 2, the department may develop and administer alternative programs to the block management. So that's where our other suite of tools comes into play. In 87-1-265 sub 6 so 6A is the start of what we look for in terms of reasons to enroll properties or what the determining factors are. So then if you go to the next page in 87-1-265 sub 8B is where the cap lies. That's where the $25,000 language will be changed to $50,000.
So Jason,
Yes, sir.
before we get into the cap change, sorry.
Yep, no, I'm flying for.
You're pretty quick. Back up in 6, as far as the commission may adopt rules. And under those A through E's.
Yep.
It seems to me that, there should be some other considerations given in there, and maybe they already are somehow, but we talked about, the impact payment covers road damage. But what if there's like an excessive problem. It's just presumed that it covers it. So if there was an excessive need beyond the normal season's use, would you put that in there?
So our direction has been that we don't do any road maintenance on anything we don't own. So we currently don't spend any funds in block for any roads that would not be on FWP owned properties. That's different from Powell clearly because there's opportunity for improvements, but block specifically does not have any type of incentive or benefit for excessive damage or those kinds of things. That's where the impact payment fallback comes into play.
Okay. So how would you address roads?
Well, I think part of it is that it's
and I'm not talking about day-to-day normal.
no,
this
I
is
think
what
I think
happened.
just from a state agency standpoint, I think it was a misappropriation. We'd have to ask Dustin Temple on confirming that, but I believe it was from a misappropriation of funds that we couldn't legally pay for roads, so we just don't.
So then something different. How about in regards to hunter success rate within a block? Would that be something that would go in the rule here? So if you were gonna, let's say right now we're just using 100-day payment, right? So if you were to add hunter success rate, that's just if, would it go in this area?
Yeah, it'd be helpful to have it in statute, probably more so than rule. We do have a criteria for participation rule. And we'll get into that in a bit, but one of the things we struggle on is the response rate for that. So, you know, our harvest success is only as good as our response. And without having let's say a really high level of response, it's really difficult to evaluate effectively on individual problems.
Then that leads to, how do you get, in your experience and wisdom, how do we get more response for more accurate information?
Go ahead, Ken.
I think that what I hear from a lot of hunters when you talk to them one-on-one, people are really secretive about their hunting spots. And I think that's a factor in our response rate where people don't necessarily want to say they harvested a deer because they want to keep it as a secret spot. So there is definitely that. And I'm sure you guys know, people are pretty tight-lipped about where they hunt and what they get, and they're the same way with fishing. So I definitely think that's a piece here that's good to keep in mind, that some people don't want to cooperate because they don't want to give up their, quote unquote secret spot.
So getting beyond that, how would you capture it if you discount that? I mean, you're only capturing on a block management card indication or in the survey, but not specific to block management, right? You have to have an idea how you gather that data.
I think that's a complicated question that we're not really prepared to answer.
You're getting way out in the weeds.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's ways I think we could probably capture some more data. But we'll have to kind of explore what the options are. I mean, there's a lot of variables, right? Cell service, no cell service, fiscal components, staffing components. There's just a lot of variables there beyond just a simple answer.
Okay. All right.
So kind of continuing down the path of just the statutes that govern the program. Like I said, 87-1-265 sub 8B is where the cap language lies. So that's where the maximum payment for each landowner, sub A and sub B, is no more than $25,000 per year. Sub A is, or 8A is anyone who participates in the hunting access programs for an annual agreement may not exceed $25,000 per year, so a payment to a landowner. And then same with B. So if you're in an aggregate, meaning multiple landowners in one block management area, each of those landowners is eligible for up to the cap. There was some earlier misunderstanding about, maybe the BMA is only worth 25,000, but it's not. It's each individual landowner could receive the maximum payment if there was the 100-day impacts to account. And 266 jumps into the license benefits. So of all of our access programs, the only one where a landowner gets a license benefit is block management. PALA, regional access projects, any other stuff, you don't get that license benefit. You have to be in block management to get the license benefit.
How do you differentiate between access provided by BMA and access provided by a PALA? In our case, Whitmire Grazing Association, I'm kind of familiar with that, but they allowed, their BMA allowed access to all the game refuge, where all the elk were. And so they did a PALA and got compensated for that. In our situation, we have deeded land that blocks access to the lease lands that our family leases from the DNRC and the Bureau of Land Management.
Sure.
So isn't it kind of double dipping if you do a PALA on top of that? With the, there's quite an extensive amount of acres, but the game, there's no elk and none of that stuff. And so I that's where the quandary I've always been in is how much access are you granting with the BMA? Do you take it out of the BMA and go for the big bucks on a PALA? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
is it available to be in both?
It is available to be in both for all block management landowners. If they're opening up inaccessible public land that they have the lease on, could also do a PALA as well. Part of it is that a BMA landowner could shut down access at the boundary. So you don't, just because you're in block.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You don't have to allow public access.
You don't have to allow them to travel through your public land. You could put a parking area in on one side of it, or wherever the public access.
Yeah, and that was in that 2013 audit. That was one of the department responses, was that, we're not going to play the game of shortstop in the private land boundary 10 yards or 100 feet short of the fence. It's
right.
Inclusive. But then as PALA was developed, the council, and some of you were on it at that time, tried to make sure that we didn't have that situation where we lost block management in exchange for just a PALA, and tried to incentivize them by being together.
But I think Whitmire's were in the block management program since its inception. And there's a lot of hunter pressure out there because of the elk that are there. It was a neat to be able to do the PALA thing with them and allow them to get compensated for what they put up with for 25 or 30 years.
Kind of on Lee's point though, and I don't want to go too far into that with PALA, but how are you now counting public lands accessed in block in relation to a combined PALA? So how is that now stack up where previously it has been accessed through block and part of that block agreement, and now we have PALA? I mean, how's that?
There's no permission requirements for the PALA. Right, so if you're going to just access the public land through PALA, we don't have any.
Right.
There's no sign-in required. There's no 100-day collected for that. So it's the same collection method for.
No, I mean, how you account it in programs. So block accounts for 618,000 public acres. PALA comes along. Where's that accounting now?
It's just the same.
It's duplication, I would imagine.
It's the same 100 days, regardless if you have your private open to public or just private. I don't know if we're talking over each other, but there isn't a separate accounting for those using just their public land.
But when we're accounting for new PALAs after a current block, where does the public go? Does the public public acres get accounted in the block?
No, it's the boundaries of the BMA be removed from the boundary of the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't have
accountability. Okay.
All right. After the license benefits, then we have administrative rules, and again, we're gonna do a comprehensive rule review. I know the group looked at this a little bit, I think in Great Falls as well. But it's just basic rules, there's nothing too glaring, I guess, other than what we've already covered. One thing I would add, that's under the compensation for cooperators is actually 12.4.206. So it's skipping ahead a few pages, is where we get our livestock loss reimbursement. So if you're a landowner who has livestock that's shot or injured from a hunter, we will reimburse up to $3,500 for that livestock. But that's the like this shows up. Otherwise, it's just kind of process stuff in the rules. If there's any specific questions, we can certainly address that. Otherwise, turn it back to the group.
Landowners said, you know, their livestock is worth more than 3,500. When's the last time that was increased?
It hasn't been increased since probably the start of the inception.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I did not hear your question.
When was the last time we increased the fee given a landowner for loss of livestock?
Yeah, I think in our original proposal, we had pushed it to 5,000, which, and depending on the animal, may or may not even touch it. Right?
Maybe it's not an amount, it's the market, what the going market is.
And that's how we typically do on livestock that's killed. I'll take the surrounding livestock yards, especially with cattle. You can get the average weight or whatever, estimated weight off the animal that was killed, and then what the average weight's going for at the livestock yards, and that's what we pay. Oftentimes, it doesn't exceed $3,500.
I wouldn't think. This was
Not for steers and that kind of
son
thing.
of secretary.
I know, buying a horse.
But it depends. Yeah, well, yeah, right. So we had
Yeah,
I mean, there was a $20,000 horse that was shot. So I mean, it's just that.
yeah. It sounds like you're working with the landowner and so.
Yeah, it's a delicate situation. I mean, I think last year we had some chickens. So we were trying to figure out what the value of the chicken was. It ended up being the neighbor's dog, not the hunter's dog, which was originally thought. Anyway, so it's like, well, I just paid $25 for a hen. Does that count? What's the market for a laying hen?
I just had a fox kill 17 of them. Will the FWP help me? Wow.
Yeah, he's at the Fish and Games Fox. Killed it.
We don't know. It's been disposed of.
Mr. Chair, I turn it back to you for my portion. If there's any other questions, happy to try and address them, or if there's more details you need, we can provide those as well.
So I think the question is, what are our goals going to be to resolve the question about block? And what are we looking for? We brought block management as the #1 priority to delve into. So I think we've got to set out what those priorities are going to be that we're going to look for change or improvement to block. So I guess I can't see if anybody has their hand up online, or guys, did anybody have any comments or questions from that presentation? I'll just go around. Drew?
Probably a mix of questions and thoughts. I mean, first of all, again, awesome program, awesome job managing it. Always striving to do better. And I think, you know, some of the themes are, how do we look at ways to continue to climb those numbers of satisfaction, and, you know, whether that's from the hunter side or from the landowner side. You know, we definitely want to keep both of those in mind. How do we help spur ways or find creative ways to engage landowners and increase enrollment and increase those blocks? I won't steal Everett's thunder too much here, but, you know, how do we incorporate technology more into the block management program. I'll let you, I'll let you expand on that, Everett. And so those are just some quick ideas and some quick thoughts, again, off of everything that I saw there. I was kind of taking some pictures and some screenshots and just things that I want to keep in my mind. But yeah, those are some quick thoughts, Ed. Thanks.
Okay. How about Tierney?
Obviously you guys do, your region managers, have great relationships, it sounds like, and looking through the survey, surveys that you guys had sent out, for the majority of it that's came in, we've had fives throughout most of it. So I guess it's hard to say. I guess we keep talking about it. There's better ways, for landowners and hunters alike, but it seems like what we're doing is working with the few people that have responded, I guess, on both ways. I guess it'd be nice to have a better percentage according to these surveys that you submitted, but for the most part, it looks like fives are a big majority of it. So we'll dive probably more into that, but.
Eric or Rod, maybe Eric, if you're there.
No, it was all very interesting. Soaking it in.
Okay. About you, Rod.
I got a question, and on this one sheet where it says how is block management funded? And it has a portion of funds for second non-resident preference point. Is that the outfitter point?
Yep.
I just didn't know why it's called a second preference point, not the outfitter point.
I think it's the way it was presented, right, is you can buy one and then you can buy a second if you're going to hunt with an outfitter.
Correct.
And that second one is where we get a portion of the funds from that second one that come directly to block.
No, I'm aware of that. I was just curious as to why it's not called the outfitter point.
Because I labeled it that way.
Well, it's fine. Has anybody heard any numbers on how many were sold this year? I know we were 7,204 last year, but I hadn't heard. It's going to be a big amount of money kicked into that anyway. So just curious.
Okay.
That's all I got.
So Everett?
Yeah, I don't have any questions on the presentation, but I do look forward to a lot of discussion on block management and access in general.
Okay. All right. There's nobody else online, right? From the council. Okay, that's it. Dale didn't pipe in. All right, Ray.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
No, I look forward to seeing the road changes.
Oh.
Have any, are we gonna talk next about suggestions and ideas? That'll come up next. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
No, great report, Jason. I do like in the 2014 Block Management Hunter Access Program report. You have the program revenue laid out there. It's kind of a round pie.
Yep.
And that really comes across more strongly of how the funds are generated. And I do like that format. And then it explains below what each of those were. So it just gave a good idea. And I know you probably have that already in one of your things and you have to consolidate when you present to us, but thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Mr. Lee.
We'll just go forward and see. I've just had the question I had was about the PALA and the block management, how maybe there's no way to do it. It's two different things. You don't have to sign in to use the deed to get through there to go to the PALA. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I guess where we're at is getting to those defining those questions, to me, it's, if we're looking into improving a program that has a lot of success and a lot of satisfaction, it seems to me we're gonna have to break that down into what needs to be looked at on the landowner side, the cooperator side, to make it even better for them, whatever that is. And then on the hunter access side, what improvements need to be made there? I mean, any of you have different ideas about how we approach that?
I don't think we're ever gonna get to 100% on either side. Looking through this sheet from the EHA deal, there were 88 or 90% of the people that were happy that they could go. Some of the landowners were mad because things happened, and some of the hunters were really mad because either one, they had a guy with them, or two, they didn't have. And I don't think we're ever gonna achieve 100% success anywhere as far as the quality of hunt. Or, if you had one of them tied up to the barn and the guy went out there and shot it, he wouldn't be happy. Some of them wouldn't be happy. And so I don't know. I don't think we'll ever get much better than we are right now, really. And I'm sure that's a goal, to become better at it, but I don't know how we do it. Maybe the rest of the group would have an idea, but I don't.
Okay. How about Everett? Did you have any input on that? We can see
No, it's
those
probably.
I
eyes.
can see it.
I mean, Ed, I think there's a lot we could go to, right? But I mean, I think those are good points to start with.
Okay. So, I mean, our next step that we have lined out, besides what we've done here and what we've all talked about and seen, is it's looking like June. We'll talk about that later. We have a meeting that we had scheduled for May, but due to some other issues, it looks like it's going to be June. And at that council meeting would be inviting landowners again to come and discuss this with us. And I think that's one area we need to look at again. Both folks that are in a program and folks that aren't in a program. But the question there is going to be, what are we looking for? To bring folks together in Great Falls to talk about hunting and access and such. What are we going to want them to bring us? What are we looking for to get from them? So that's one thing we've put on the agenda, to have that round table again. And that did come certainly at the thought of Director Warsek. The last time we did it was 2016, I believe, for a full round table. So there's that, and then there's the hunter side. And I think what's going through my mind is with the Citizens Elk Coalition, how that has formed with MOGA and various outdoor organizations in a fairly congealed way. If we want to look there also. So what's your wishes on that?
I'm asking what kind of landowners we want to have.
Nope.
What are you asking?
About going forward with in the next round with that input from landowners specifically, and then from sportsmen's groups getting input. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, well,
Makes sense. If we're not gonna be in any danger.
Okay.
I like the idea. Can be well informed on both sides.
Okay. Tierney.
As long as we have a good representation in sportsman's group, so. What?
As white as we are. Yeah, absolutely. Tierney?
Yeah, I obviously, we need both sides on there, but I do think it would be interesting to maybe get somebody that has been in it, a landowner that's been in it and gotten out, and get their take for sure on, on what it would take, or I guess those are the ones we're trying to get back in. to start with those guys, I think would be the best bet, rather than maybe grabbing new ones. I mean, but to hear from the ones that were in it and had gotten out.
Okay, thank you. Everett.
I was just gonna say, as we invite sportsman groups, we should, I guess, try to be as broad as we can on those. Some have felt left out at times and others underrepresented. And I don't know how we might go about that, actually inviting them, because you can't have, I guess, 100 sportsman groups, right? But I think that's important to think about too. Who and how many we're bringing in.
And I guess the reason why I brought up the Elk Migration Council was, no, Citizens Elk Council. What's the official term? Citizens Advisory.
Montana Elk. Montana Elk.
The reason I brought them.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say.
Sure, yeah.
Montana Citizens Elk Management Coalition is the group that was formed over a year ago to address elk management issues throughout the state. It's groups from across the state that represent hunters.
You have an acronym?
MCEMC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's helpful.
Yeah, never, to your point. Yeah, we'd want to be as broad as helps gather the right input and good suggestions. So do you have other thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, and I mean, elk is just one portion of what happens on block management too. I mean, do we want Delta waterfowl, pheasants forever, sportsmen for wildlife? I mean, there's a whole list of people that we could go that have interest and have use of block management. I just, yeah, I think it's really important that we're considering all of those, who we invite and how we do that, not just ones or twos here and there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Everett's definitely got a good point, and we don't want to leave anybody out.
Okay. Well,
I think the sportsmen are key to the whole thing, but I think a more important key are landowners. Because sportsmen want something totally different, or they want something that the landowner's got to provide. So we got to find out what they want to provide, what's going to work for them first, and then see if we can't get the two groups together, work something out. And I think we need a wide range of landowners. I mean, we need some that are block management, we need some that don't allow it at all. I mean, that are, that are outfitted. They're doing maybe even land trust. I hate to say that, but or somebody there's a lot of private leasing going on, a lot more than probably even outfits have. So, I mean, that's something we need to deal with, all of those realms of people if we can get them to the table.
So I would just comment to the point is, what are we looking for in that discussion? So when we're looking for people to give us that input, what are we looking for? Because we're dealing with really these programs. I mean, this whole slate of programs and how we're going to make those offered in the best way. Any suggestions towards the department, essentially. So I would just hope, make sure we put that under that umbrella when we're looking at, what's the issue here. So I think we're going to have to flesh out some of that. What are we looking for? We just hear today and before a pretty good recap of the status. We're worried or concerned about numbers and the future. So, but it gets down to, what do we want to get out of this? And where are we going to get that information specifically? Even with all the groups, whether it's landowner groups, landowners, sportsmen or sportsman group, what are we looking for information to disseminate to then bring in front of the department?
Mr. Chairman, this is the premier land access system in the world probably. And how do we improve it? And I think you're gonna come to a point to where you're only gonna be able to get so good. And, you know, we can't probably provide wheelchair access to mountain goats, you know, or different things. And so I think I agree, we need to have a collaborative approach, but you're never gonna make it where everybody's 100% on both sides in favor of all of it.
Really, I think with every group, but the main thing we need to ask them is how they would like to see it improve. And we have all the ideas, and then we go from there.
Yeah. Well,
Are we, with these groups coming in, are we just addressing block management and access to PALA? Or are we looking at overall access?
I think what we want to focus on initially is block management. And here, to your question, I think one of the greatest challenges is there's so much information out there that people haven't really absorbed, you know, and looking at every group and all the landowners to give them the benefit of that information for the discussion is a trick. What we have is the synopsis of the status of all these programs. And just as Lee said, they're in pretty good shape. So, you know, who's coming, how much information do they have? You know, one of the things I saw that was a challenge for the Citizens Elk Advisory Committee was how much information they did or didn't have in the beginning. And then where that came to. And there's some good discussion had there and come forward, but the ability to have that coalesce into something meaningful, people have to be informed about what's the status. So I think that's one of the tricks in bringing people in to get that input, especially when you have a program that isn't necessarily broken. It needs some improvements, or we think it needs some improvements. You know, and we just heard from some of the regional managers, and that's their whole world. And we know they're dealing with it every single day. And they have a hard time coming with a specific improvement to enhance their view of how it works. I mean, that's a tricky wicket. You know, how to improve this program, and again, specifically block management in a way where you're tweaking it, you're not necessarily completely changing it. You know, we've all talked about quality access. You know, what is that? When you look at a lot of the information we have, a lot of folks think they have quality access, and clearly hearing from the managers about the satisfaction from those landowners and realizing it's different across the regions. I mean, to me, it was sort of enlightening, even though I knew that, to hear it from them specifically about that, the satisfaction they have and the heritage of providing that. That's a big deal. I can't quantify that other than how we feel about it. So. Well, maybe we just need to take a lunch break. And it's like it's all set up out there. It's a little off our schedule, but and we can chat over that with lunch for a bit, unless anybody on the council online has any words of wisdom just before then.
Hey, Ed, I'll chime in. I think just to maybe add a parallel to this, I think, you know, to expand on what you're saying, you know, with all these groups and all of the goals and everything that we're looking to accomplish with this, I think what we don't want to happen is we don't want this to implode, and we want to stay out in front. And, you know, the example in my mind that popped up as I was sitting here thinking was, you know, however many years ago it was, the people at Blockbuster thought they were kicking butt and taking names and that they would be in business for a long time. And then seemingly overnight, they vanished. And that's what we don't want to happen to this really, really good programs. We don't want it to become instantly obsolete because of some factor that was maybe out there that we kind of saw and we didn't pay attention to. And then all of a sudden it took it over and this is gone. And so I think those are, I think maybe that's just a good example of some of the information we want to try and glean from these people and to stay ahead of a problem we maybe don't know is happening, but is happening.
Okay, great. Thanks, Drew. Good point. All right. Should we take a lunch break then for, what are we? 1 hour. So start again at 1. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
yeah. Well, I don't.
Oh,
We're all
yeah,
on
we don't
mute.
have very good, we've got a satellite dish that the cable comes in out of the ranch house through a couple of cell phone towers. We can, and it's a cooperative, or phone company.
Everybody back there?
They have. we wait for
Might have
the
lost a
federal
couple.
government to pay, bury the lines around the rest of the way. So all that
You ready?
build back better or whatever it is.
Andy,
You ready? Yeah, I am. I was born ready.
He's
So
born
was
ready.
Don
I'm
and,
telling
All right.
Don and Paul were born ready.
All you saw.
So you guys missed a great lunch. Thanks, Jen, for arranging our lunch. It was excellent.
It was great.
Thank you.
Paul said it was the best lunch he's ever had at one of these.
It
Didn't you?
was, by
It
far.
was, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so picking up where we left off, Drew kind of had that last comment, so couple things moving forward. Block improvement, block enhancement, and then some ideas on panelists. So let's start with ideas we have right now, or concerns or such, for challenges or areas of improvement for block that we all see right now from what we've talked about in the past and what we see coming in the future. So I think we'll just kind of go around, and if you have some thoughts formulated, we'll write those down to begin moving in that direction as we go forward with block enhancement. So I'm going to start back with Drew, since he's a quick thinker, and we'll all add to that as we go. So again, just to be clear, ideas, thoughts, enhancements that are in our perusal at the moment to consider going forward. Where are you at, Drew?
I am at, and this is nothing new or shattering. It's been thrown out there before. But I think some sort of type 3 BMA needs to be considered. As we continue to evolve in the BMA program, I think another type of program would be worth considering. Especially because I would rather keep stuff within the program. It's already successful, it already has funding, it's already familiar with lots of hunters. Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, let's just find maybe another avenue to go down in the BMA program itself that might answer some of those things of quality, landowner, whatever you want to call it, landowner approval. Let's maybe get some of those ideas from those folks on something right there. And then they could also incorporate things like technology as well.
Okay, so your number one is consideration of a type 3 BMA, correct?
Yes.
Can I ask, what do you mean by that? So besides quality, what other portions of enhanced type 3 are you thinking about?
Well, I mean, it could look a lot of different ways, right? And so I don't want to pigeonhole it into any one thing, but I think we could utilize when it comes to reservations, right? So one of the things that came out earlier is that, we're pretty maxed out in terms of taking reservations and doing some of those things, without adding a lot more labor. And I realize that technology isn't free, right? It still takes money, it still takes labor to run those things. But could we utilize some sort of technology in who gets to go on that property, how you reserve that property, and so on and so forth. And then from a landowner perspective, I think there's ways that could help with their satisfaction of that BMA type as well, right? They could have visibility of when people are on and off the property, different things like that.
Okay. All right, how about Tierney?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to a type 3. I don't know how, I don't know what you would put in it, I guess, to try to define it. I do think technology would help a little bit, and again, Everett, you're gonna be the one, but I think technology on helping these landowners, even if it's even for block management, even at these sign-in boxes, you can be vehicle specific, when you go to sign in, maybe it's electronic sign in or something, and the internet service, I like for Jordan and that, is tough, but if it's something that a landowner would be willing to have, again, some app or something that would give them a notice that, hey, we've killed something, help with retrieval or something. I know that's a lot on the landowner to have to try to keep track of that, but I think technology maybe is one of the things that's going to help out a little bit with block management, and handling the landowner hunter relationship. And of course, again, that could be even so much as the landowner, you guys are parked in my gate, you guys, you're not parked where you're supposed to be. So I just think we can utilize technology a little bit, but again, it's internet access, I think, is going to be an issue.
Thank you. About Everett?
Yeah, I think it's not a secret anymore. Far and away, my number one priority would be the integration of technology into the block management program. There's probably a dozen ways we could do that would greatly enhance what we're doing. I like the idea of exploring a type 3 where you have a focus on quality. And again, I think there's a lot of ways we could explore that. I think maybe we can examine the hunter day as our metric that we use. And maybe there's another way we can measure usage or how we pay landowners. So I think just examining that is probably worthwhile. And then my last one is what I talked about last year, but I like the idea of requiring the hunter landowner stewardship project before you can access any type of private land, and a requirement to keep that certificate on you like you would do with the hunter education card. We talk about hunter behavior problems and wanting to enhance hunters sportsman landowner relationships, and I think that's a great way. And if we got to make it mandatory, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. So anyway, those are my probably top 4 off my head.
So on that hunter landowner side of it, the course, do you see that as a general or for a type 3 prerequisite?
I would say I would make it a prerequisite before you access any private land that FWP has negotiated access to. So PALA, block management, EHAs, whatever it might be.
Okay. All right. Rod?
Yeah, I like what Everett's ideas are there. As far as the prerequisite to accessing those lands, I think that would help, a lot with the hunter behavior and the relations with the landowners. It's a great idea. I do like the other idea of the type 3. Always have something that adds quality to it. And what that looks like, I'm not sure. And we talked once before about tax breaks on the money that the landowners are paid. If that would, I don't know if that's even doable, but if that would gain more interest, I don't know. That's all I got.
Okay. Thanks, Rod. Eric?
Well, I'm all for trying to develop a type 3 block management. What it is and what it looks like, I think we need a collective group to sit down, flesh out how to reward the landowner who provides a quality experience and allow them to collect, maybe the maximum isn't the right thing to say, but to fully, if they're willing to provide a quality type, up the pay to reflect what they're providing instead of just boot prints on the ground, because everybody knows that the biggest failing to the block management program is that some of it gets overrun. And I think we need to reward some landowners who have excellent places and get them close to that, be able to get them paid close to the cap, even if they don't take maximum numbers of people. If they're providing quality, we have to figure out how to get them paid for that. And that's all I have.
Okay. That's right. Is Rich happen to be on there now? No. Okay, that's everybody on the council.
Dale.
Dale?
No, where's Dale?
Dale's in Africa.
Oh, so he probably doesn't have internet.
He's doing that hunt we were talking
Oh, okay.
about. All right, Lee.
I guess I'd have a question. How many members of the PLPW are participants, landowner participants in the BMA? In a BMA?
Okay.
Just you.
Tierney.
I don't know.
Tierney.
Tierney is.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay,
Thanks.
anything else on that?
Well, I'm just gonna hide and watch.
All right. Okay, Donna?
No, I like the idea of a type 3. I mean, there's a lot of other ideas. We're kind of all discussing that. Drew started that conversation, which is a great conversation. You know, and land coordinators, if there was ability to have in a type 3, a land coordinator, somebody to help with reservations, somebody to help the hunters while they're there, where they can go retrieve more informational. So, I don't know what you call that, land coordinator, help with hunt management. Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah. But as far as landowners and hunters, I think we can certainly discuss that topic as we move along, but I do like the type 3 idea as well. I think we've grown as a state and there's a lot of other programs starting to pop up. And like what was said earlier, that we need to stay ahead and aware of what's going on.
Right, thanks, Donna. Paul?
Most everybody's touched on everything. I agree with Donna on the hunt coordinator deal. I think it'd be ideal to have somebody out in the field that could, make sure people are going where they're supposed to be going. Maybe a hunt coordinator also could do, I don't know if they can do any type of enforcement or not, but I think we need more enforcement or more, somebody watching these properties for them. Online reservations, we all talk, everybody's in favor of that. I think we need to get a type 3 that improves the habitat and the quality of wildlife on our BMA area. Type 3 would be great. I think right now, a lot of this, we lose sight of what the resources are. We have a lot of, areas that aren't doing our resources any good, especially deer in eastern Montana. I think we need to try to figure out a way to limit crowding or limit access or numbers. I guess limit numbers would be more like it. And yet still encourage a more of a better experience, more game that way. Probably in a type 3 that you're talking about would work. And I agree with Everett. I think trying to pay somebody to have a management, block management and manage it by the 100-day is kind of counterproductive. I've been saying that for years, but in order to get paid a lot of money, you got to run a lot of people through there, and that doesn't do the resources any good. So basically, pretty much everybody else has touched on it. I think that would, there's a lot of long laundry list right there, but I think if we touched on some of those and improved some of the, online reservations, I think then that kind of thing would be pretty good. Pretty good.
Before I start, how many people have used block management. Okay. Thank
Does
you.
it count if we live on it?
Yeah, we'll count you. Well, and I don't disagree with the improvements to the block management program, but all the things that we bring up, we can already do, except for the technology. The individual landowner, and correct me if I'm wrong, as you guys know, the individual landowner can put that requirement that you have that hunter stewardship certificate. It can go on block 2 right now. You can demand that. Block 2 also limits the number of people because it's a reservation system. So one of the reasons I'm not opposed to improvements, you guys, really, but we withdrew the $5 off of the registration for Palace to make it less complicated. And yet we want to produce another block management scheme. So I just think we should be very cautious about that. If our plan is to make it less complicated, that doesn't do it. That's it.
Thanks, Amy. Ray.
Sorry.
No, really, the big thing that I keep seeing here that everyone's been talking about is quality. As far as setting up quality. But to start with there, you got a lot of parameters you're gonna have to look at. And, with quality, to one person, quality is one thing, and to another person, it's completely different. So that in itself, I think is, if we're gonna go on anything on quality, that's gonna take a lot of work, just figuring out what the quality is gonna be and what that payment is consistent.
Thanks, Ray. So I really don't have anything to add to that other than boiling it down. So I repeat this back to all of you. What I hear really is technology, the use of technology to make things more fluid and have some more communication, with the caveat that technology separates people from each other. And so some of the relational aspect of block management that we've expressed concern for in the past could be lost in that advanced technology unless we really specifically look at how to use it totally as a benefit, but then not create a detriment to the relational needs. So that's kind of my comment on technology. I think it can provide for an efficiency that we don't see, and it can provide for some competitive advantage that we fear, if you will, in land trust or other opportunities like that, because it is then easy access. So technology. I think when we talk about quality, my concern about quality is what Ray said. Quantify that for me. My experiences are very unlike what I hear. They're very good, and I've hunted anywhere from Jordan, north of Jordan, southwestern Montana, and everywhere in between on block, small and large. And I guess part of it is my expectation is, what is it going to be? You know, it could be one section that's in the bottom for pheasant that's actually pretty good. You know, it's certainly not much for deer. So to me, the question of quality is so subjective. So then we get to what are we talking about with quality? It seems to me what we're talking about is trying to find a different way to compensate than just the numbers. And maybe that's a clarification in my mind. You know, right now, that's the big question, is how the department's going to go forward with a new cap and then applying their criteria, which currently is primarily 100-day impact. And then the other considerations that we saw earlier that can fall in that. So for my 2 cents, it seems like discussing what's a different way to compensate that sort of gets to what we think is compensation for quality might be the approach, because I just think we're all going to be different on what quality can be quantified. So technology, I'll look at the compensation possibilities. And then on the type 3, when I think about the type 3, having been through this so many times too, is it different than type 2? Or is it a change to type 2? Is it tweaking type 2? I mean, people want type 2 for a reason, and it's the reason we're all talking about, is a little more control on the numbers. So I don't know. I mean, I'm hesitant to endorse another program amongst the 8 programs that exist and think that that's the best route. You know, maybe it can be part of that. So I definitely don't want to discourage any of that. I'm really for all of those things in the net result. And we have to come up with those suggestions that we'll recommend to them out of that make sense with what they're already doing. So that's just kind of my summary of all that. And maybe in the compensation, you look at all those checks. How's the quality of habitat? You know, Rich has brought that up a lot. How does that operator manage that? Is that what the criteria is? I mean, really, the criteria of the program is pretty simply access, you know, and the landowner's happy with it and the hunters are happy with it. How do we propose to change that?
Improve it.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Jason? How much can you know off the top of your head or from your information, how many acres of the block management program are in type 2 and type 1? Is 90% of it in type 1?
I'd have to look. I don't.
All I'm familiar with is eastern Montana, where there's large blocks of leased land and the deed allows access and.
Right.
and
Yeah,
so-
so eastern Montana, region 6 took on kind of the type 1 approach more. Region 7, just implementation over time has kind of taken a type 2.
Okay.
Just in general speaking. But I can try and figure
So I
out.
don't need to know exactly. I'm just unfamiliar with the rest of the state of the Montana. And Region 6 is the one I'm most familiar with. We have no railroad checkerboard there because it wasn't a land grant railroad. And there was 2 of them that went through Region 7 and continued through the state of Montana, plus all the timberlands and everything. So what are you know, have you got your most years type 2?
I'm trying to think how I would break that down.
I don't need anything
A lot of,
specific.
yeah, I would say the majority of ours are a sign and box system. So.
Type 1.
Yep.
And then with the larger landowners, the ones that we raised the cap on, most of those are timber companies or something that, so it's an expansive area. You know, it's like a lot of the type 1s in eastern Montana are ranchers, grazing associations and different things that, and it just because they have the 100 days, they won't go there. You know, some people just go out there to listen to the Tweety birds sing, you know, they don't go out there to hunt. And so I think we're kind of at cross purposes of trying to manage the wildlife and manage the access. Our deal is there's opportunities for people, for landowners to manage the wildlife. They can go to Ask First, which is some of my neighbors choose to do that. The moose herd and Milk River is managed by Ask First. And those people had the opportunity to do block management or outfit or whatever they wanted to do. And then you can outfit or you can exclude, have no hunting. And so I think what the type 3, maybe just taking the technology and adding that component onto what we already have rather than making another number to put on there. Maybe there's a way to do it another way. So anyway, enough said. Thanks.
Thanks, Lee. Any comment back on Zoom? No? So I think we need to kind of shake this down. I'm sure Stephanie got most everything better than I did, but so as I see it, primarily consensus is in type 3 technology, different compensation, possibly the HLO course before access. As far as kind of a unified concern, and then, you know, within, do type 2s, no, just large block managements have hunt coordinators or hats, or typically, right?
All block management areas have like a access technician that has an assigned patrol area. So they cover all types of block management areas.
That would be the other one. That seems pretty substantial from what we all talked about, is however those boots are. I think, who was it? Was it Paul, or no, it was Lee saying we just need to take those old retired FWP trucks, and instead of selling them at auction, we just park them around the neighborhood that Kendra was talking about.
Put a blow up plastic guy in there, deflate him every once in a while, move it around.
Flailing over people.
But seriously, to the point of more visible presence.
Can I ask? So you don't assign one person to one BMA, right? Or, so, I mean, it'd be pretty hard to do that, but if you had, I mean, there's like Cherry Creek's the largest one in Montana, in eastern Montana. I mean, that person probably could be out there every day, just about, you know, I don't know, but your smaller ones, maybe not. I was just wondering how, maybe to have, is it possible to have more coordinators out on the field?
Yeah, it costs a lot, $100,000 a piece plus a pickup.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, yeah.
Well, I don't know, I'm just saying. I had a couple ideas. Type 1, like in eastern Montana, over what I'm familiar with, and I think it's the same with the Page with them up there, and the Cherry Creek one. There is so much BLM, and mostly BLM and state ground, public ground, that they can't keep anybody off anyway. So pretty much type 1 is the only way they can go up there, I think, you know. But if you got down to the type 2s, would it be possible to pay type 2 more money for, say, walk-in areas where they're getting paid less because they got less people on the ground? But what if we encourage them and paid them more for walk-in, or we paid them more if they took reservations, where they're actually trying to limit the number of people, but they get paid more for that type of management technique? See what I'm getting at? I'm trying to get less boots on the ground. You know, if it's walk-in, they're gonna reduce it anyway, but they're also gonna reduce the amount of money they're gonna get. So if you encourage them to do that by walk-in or take reservations, you're cutting down the number of people they're gonna have on the ground, and less money they're gonna get. What if that type of block management gets more money per person or something? Just a thought.
I think that would definitely be part of talking about different compensation schedules or opportunities.
I think we ought to offer that to the type 1 guys too. If somebody comes up there, a real athletic guy, and signs into my type 1 and says, nope, I'm walking over all of it. I should get more money for that.
No, who does? The guy in the tennis shoes or the ranch?
Well, the ranch are cool.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think, so is that right to you guys sound? Looking at the type 3 or something within that technology, different compensation, and land coordinator on presence, is that anybody missing something that they have a real burning desire to bring forward and flesh out deeper?
Everett, you said you had 12 different ways we could do it telephonically. Could you share that with us so we could be smarter?
He actually said a dozen, so that
Yeah,
could be
12,
13.
wasn't it?
12 acre.
Yeah.
I mean, I have ideas for sure. Do you want to go through and flesh those out now, or is that just kind of are we okay with just tech needs to be addressed?
Well, I think, let's see. We're gonna have time to do it, I think, so. Does everybody want to hear it? I'll-
No,
I'll
yeah,
say
yeah.
no.
I would just look at everything.
Just-
A con- a
Sure, I
condensed
know.
version.
I'd love to hear what
I
everyone
would
else
too.
is saying.
Yep, I would too, Everett.
Well, I think what first comes to mind is that, of course, an online reservation system, whether it's on a website or it's on the app on our phone, that we could either schedule in advance, or we could put ourselves into these lotteries that some places have, and then be granted that permission and have a digital permission slip, so to speak, already in place, so that you don't have to worry about anything paper at all. I think that's something that would be nice to see. Jason has talked about, we get about a 10% response rate to people who put what they did or what happened in the block management while they were there. We could do surveys or reporting for either experience or game with that. We could make it mandatory if we needed to. I know we're kind of pushing towards mandatory reporting of game harvest within the sportsman world anyway. You could use geofencing to use your app once you step into a block management area, that you could then access it, so you didn't necessarily need to be at a check-in box. If you were on public land and you came up to a piece of BMA and you were out in the field and you had cell service, you could just use, buttons or whatever and then access it that way. Or vice versa, you could force somebody to go to that access point and access it through that and use geofencing to do that. So, those are some of my bigger ideas right now. I'm sure there's more that Drew has talked about and others might have.
Hey,
Not with swords,
Everett,
not with swords.
I count that as 3.
No, I thought.
Okay.
four.
Where's the other 10?
Use of apps, geofencing.
Surveys, reporting, digital.
Oh, okay, that's it?
Well, I think those are ones that we could probably chew on for a while. No?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So which one do you think is the priority benefit to the program?
It's got to be reservations, I think. I have personal experience with calling up at 5 a.m. or whatever and being told we're booked for the season. There's firsthand account that it happens. If you had the ability to not have to worry about that, or if you didn't have to book people in phone banks in Region 7 that forward to Helena now or whatever, maybe there's cost savings there that you don't have to worry about. Certainly there's an automated aspect that's easy enough to do. And then to be able to, just go online and see that, BMA 5 has 4 spots open May 5th through 10th, and you can, reserve those in advance or put your name down. I think that you can really increase that, certainly that customer service aspect, but just the ability to plan, and for resource and land managers to be able to plan who's going to be there and when. I think there's something really, in this technology, this exists. It's really just a matter of what do we have to do to get it through our state and agency approvals, and then implement it into our website and into our app.
So I would just like to throw that at Kendra, or if Travis or somebody's on there, in regards to on the landowner side with that thought. The appetite for that, or need for that, or any challenges you see with it.
I think you can certainly offer it as a tool. But ultimately it comes down to every individual landowner and how they want to manage their property. So that may work for one landowner and they think that's great. And maybe it replaces some sort of Excel spreadsheet they personally have. But I can think of a couple landowners that it's really important to them to have that face-to-face interaction. They have a spiel that they give hunters that show up at a certain time at their door. So what works for one landowner is not going to work for another landowner, and the program's built in to have that flexibility. So I just look at it as it's a tool that can make us more efficient, but at the end of the day, it's up to individual landowners to decide what's best for them.
And I don't think you have to remove that personal interaction with landowners. I mean, you can do the online reservation and then show up to somebody's house and get whatever rules you need to, or have that cup of coffee or meet with them. I don't think you have to necessarily make this just a totally faceless transaction. I think that we've talked about having tech within block management for, I think 12 years ago, it was started to be talked about, and we're down this road far enough that we've asked for it many times. I don't know that I just don't see it as a barrier or a hurdle to improving our system.
Travis, did you want to jump on that?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on what Kendra said. Definitely, I could see this being a great tool, but not a requirement. We couldn't make it mandatory because not every type 2 landowner is going to want to do this. But there's definitely some that would take full advantage of it. But like Kendra said, they like to manage this themselves. It's their property and they have control of it. If it's online, I think they feel like they lose some of that control. So definitely as a tool, but to make it mandatory, I don't think would be the way to go.
Going back to Kendra's first briefing. If we do develop something like this, which is probably a good idea as much as we can, one of the issues that Travis and Kendra had were that when people call in with reservations, they have 20 questions. So that has to be, somehow that has to be built into the reservations. It's the 10 top questions or something. Isn't that correct? When they call in for reservations, so it's all kinds of questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just that discussion in my mind created a reason for a type 3. I mean, that'd be a type 3 would be the electronic version of everything. So Everett and Drew can do it all on their phone. I mean, really, that is a lot of the new direction for it. And yeah, so just that discussion to me is like, oh, that'd be a reason to have a type 3, is that the reservations are electronic and that landowner really likes that idea. Would go that way with everything else that it entails.
Mr. Chairman, could we carry it a step farther and have it so the landowner was compensated with Bitcoin when the reservation? And then I think you'd get a lot of people excited about enrolling. If it was just instantaneous.
Well,
Yeah,
as Everett would tell you, you could do Venmo or PayPal quicker.
Yeah, you could. I think I would want to make the point that it doesn't have to be mandatory. I wouldn't want to force a landowner into something that they're just not comfortable with. But technology has moved this way on just in every discipline you can think of, and so to not incorporate it, seems pretty darn arcane for what we're talking about. So yeah, voluntary for sure, but I think, how many people don't like getting phone calls at 7 a.m. when their BMA opens up or whatever else is going on? I think, to each their own on this. But I know from a sportsman perspective that this would go a long ways to improving our block management program.
Okay, Drew, you didn't jump in there.
I would echo, I think it was it Cindy that made the comments, about how it's real similar to the other type? Yeah, no, maybe. And I would agree, and I would just say that the differentiating piece there is the technology. It certainly doesn't need to be mandatory. First of all, it's, it physically may not be feasible in some places, or operationally may not be feasible. But there are plenty that are. And as we talk about ranches and farms changing hands, right? Changing from a generation to another generation. So should the way that we do business with them also should change and evolve like that. For example, my place, again, as a landowner, really small, and we actually didn't really qualify. Travis and my dad actually discussed becoming a BMA a few years ago. Anyways, if I were to transition and do that going forward, would I want 1 million goose hunters calling me at dark 30 November, December, January for 3 months straight? Absolutely not. But if they could just pop in on their phone and check in and go shoot a goose and leave, I personally wouldn't have any problem with that. I think it'd be a real easy way to do that.
Sounds good. Other comments in technology then? We're just talking reservations right there.
Well, I mean, kind of in line with what Land Trust and others do, you could review block management areas that are publicly available. Hunters could put in their experience, what they saw, what was good, what was bad. I don't know, this bush holds game, this bush doesn't, kind of stuff. You could put a lot of things in there that I think sportsmen might appreciate. Of course, anything on the internet you take with a grain of salt, but I think FWP could use that as real feedback as well. Maybe you keep that private, I don't know, but it's I think there's a lot of options when you begin to say we're open to this, because at that point it's really just clicking some buttons to input something or not.
Interesting take too, like on how people could interact on that platform. I mean, some of the benefits to the landowners could be too, we've talked a lot about hunter behavior, and obviously we don't have infinite amount of dollars to hire game wardens, but via digital interactions, we see people self-police maybe a little bit better because it's easier to do so. And so maybe one of the things there is a quick way to report bad behavior, or quick way to report cattle that are in a pasture they shouldn't be, or a fence that's down, or a slew of other things that they could help that landowner with. There could be some interactions there that really benefit the other side of the equation to this.
Good idea.
Donna?
I agree, it shouldn't be mandatory, and we're not really reinventing the wheel here. I mean, already the state of Montana, if you want to send in an application, you do, I mean, it's not all online, though. I believe the majority of people anymore do most things online. And by having that, if you had a reservation for a particular piece of land, on that page, it could have the map of the property, it could have the restrictions or the rules or the expectation of the landowner. And so everything would be right there in writing, even to the point of the landowner wants you to stop in at his home for a visit prior to your hunt at 8 a.m. or, so I think it would make it a little bit more clear cut, both for landowner and the hunter. And the thing about, you mentioned quality earlier, to me, we should never get in the position where we're managing it. That is not our job. Our job is access and helping landowners and hunters. But to me, if I only counted the good days I had were harvest days, I wouldn't be out in the mountains a lot. Quality is the fact that you're getting out. And quality is the fact that you can get out without running into a number of other hunters. And I think we should not mix, is it harvest or not? Because that is something that we as a group should not ever attempt to go down that road. So that was 2 points. Yeah. Well, 2 or 3 or 4, yeah.
What else on the discussion, quick discussion of electronics and reservations and data? I mean, this is gonna be a lot of discussion when you get just into that particular situation. You know, whenever it's said, this draw holds game, that scares the holy crap out of me. Excuse me. I did a hunt in Arizona and everybody could pin a water hole. Talk about fun. Then you find that out and it's like, that's the place not to go because everybody's there.
Right.
So I think when we're talking about all the potential, I love all the stuff about, you know, the communication that can happen better for the positive reasons, but not my hunting success specific to where I was. You know, Kendra was talking about it earlier and nobody wants to report because, you know, like if I said right here that the fishing is really good below, I'll stop there. You know, if I said which dam, then I would be in trouble. But, and the fishing's good below all the dams. So if you're here tomorrow, go. But yeah, that's what concerns me about where we go with it. This is a public access hunting app that's supposed to enhance the opportunity for the hunter, the public, and the experience and success and appreciation for the landowner and what they're trying to do. To me, that's the thing, is keep that bracket around it. Okay, we want to do this. How does this improve it? How does it improve the landowner's expectation? How does it improve the hunt opportunity? About it. Jason was
I just was gonna comment that so far we've focused on it from the hunter and landowner side, but there's a whole other side that the access managers and or the department could utilize some guidance on streamlining for the use of technology specifically. Kendra can attest to it, but I think she probably have to touch the rules for one BMA 4 times before it actually is in place. 6 times. So there's a whole level of technology that could benefit the external user, but then also the internal user. From that piece of it to wardens to folks that can kind of see behind the scenes on these uses that we also could use some recommendations towards as well.
So how's that look?
How's it look?
The 6 streamlining.
It looks like death by a million details. I mean, if, for example, if we were to call me up and say, I want to add 80 acres into my block management area, I'm going to go into the database. I'm going to change it in the database. I'm going to go into his rules page and change it. I'm going to go into his map and change it. I'm going to change it in the access guide. And I'm going to change it on like on our internal lists. And so in that, imagine you're trying to work through all those things. I also have an acreage sheet. It affects, you know, sometimes some changes affect payment calculations. So it can be a lot of that. And imagine my phone rings and it's another landowner and I answer it. So you can, I mean, it's very easy to get lost in those details because there's a ton of distractions in our jobs. And so having to change it in so many different forms or spreadsheets or databases, I mean, you have to be really diligent about keeping track that you're getting all those details corrected. And it's just one simple thing like adding 80 acres or taking 80 acres out.
Not that I'm ever contentious, but the access, which we're gonna need, electronic access, is that gonna be like the green signs? Who's gonna pay for that? It'll be a discussion item. I mean, it'll be something to consider. Will it be like the green access signs that we no longer charge for? They don't have to charge for any of that since 2015? Or just an idea? Because nothing is free.
Well, and I think clearly the access managers are providing for that in regards to like the reservations. That time's all being taken right now. So, yeah. What else in this vein?
Hey,
The last
Ed,
hit there?
yeah,
Go ahead.
I just have one quick thing, kind of to piggyback off of the technology piece. I think another thing that I would like to see from an end user perspective is trying to think of the right words, maybe a more consolidated and easier to use platform or landing page, or again, whatever the tech person would call it, place to find all of these program cooperators. So I want to see basically what's an easy place for me to go to where I could see all of the 454 cooperators, all of the PALA cooperators, all of the BMA cooperators, and whether that's in a map and I can click on them and all their information comes up. I think right now, it's difficult. The barrier to entry on some of these things is pretty difficult. If you don't know how to navigate the FWP website, finding a lot of these things is really difficult. The bird enhancement program, the fishing pieces of this. I mean, I could keep going on, right? There's lots of stuff there, and they're here, there, and everywhere. And yeah, without beating a dead horse, that's what I would like to see.
Yep, that's the other angle.
Yeah, and
Find a PALA, figure out PALA as a hunter on the website. Yep. You can find
and I
it,
guess,
but it's-
sorry, Ed.
Go ahead, Deborah.
No, I guess I overstated my 12 points for block management. I've got, I don't know, 6 here, but when I'm looking at other tech proposals I've got 15 for our app, right? And I think everything that we're talking about lives in our new app and is so easily accessible that way. So, I guess I just want to put out there that whatever we do, yeah, it should be in that app, because I mean, 80-90% of people have smartphones now, right? And they have the access to that. So it's really not a burden, but for a very small portion of our population. I would really like to see us maximize that, because I think there's a lot more that we could do that we're just not even thinking about because we're just in those initial stages.
So then Everett, if we wanted to do like a non-deciding subcommittee between now and the next meeting, you would want to head that up?
Him and Drew.
A committee of two. Yeah, I would do that, Ed. I absolutely would. I'd facilitate that discussion.
Okay, so again, this is a non-acting subcommittee, right? Fleshing out ideas to bring to this council. And it would be you, and who else would like to confer with Everett in that regard in the next, whatever it is, 45 days? To flesh out a beginning.
Oh, I would love to do that with Everett. And I think we should have one person that is not, first of all, I am not a tech guy. I don't know where this is. Don't lump me into this group here. I'm the most millennial there is, but somebody who maybe isn't really familiar with technology at all, it'd be good to have that other perspective in this discussion.
Okay, so we have two.
That could be you, Ed.
No, it couldn't be me.
But somebody from the department.
I think Rod would be a good one on
Oh,
there. Yeah, he's near. We could vote him
Ron's a
in.
little busy, sorry.
well, evidently, it looks like you know how to use your phone there, Rod.
Of course I do.
Eric?
Huh.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna sit right here till we get one more.
Am I
I'll volunteer.
there now?
Okay.
I can't even
Yeah.
figure out, turn my mute button off most of the time.
Well, that answers that. Well, Paul said he would. I don't know, Everett, you want to vote on that, whether or not?
Oh, he's okay. I would also say Rich
Okay.
and I have had conversations about this, and I wouldn't want to volunteer him without asking, but I might ask him if he wanted to be part of that.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, Rich,
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you ask him? And if he wants to, that'd be Paul, Rich, and Everett and Drew. And so again, it's just the first exploration on this technology aspect and bringing ideas in a little more concentrated form forward. How's that?
Compensation.
Oh, Lee wants
Well, I don't
on.
want to be on it.
Oh.
Remember, this is the consensus council.
Well, we're,
Put your 5 fingers up.
Lee, they need somebody who doesn't use a
No,
smartphone.
you don't want me.
okay, do you think you have enough, Everett? Yeah, okay.
Ed, can I be excused?
Ask him.
Can I be excused? I've got another meeting. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so that'll be stepping into one direction. All right. So any further discussion on that technology? No? Okay. Do we want to do something similar to looking at the other questions? So those were type 3 possibility, different compensation. Anybody want to tackle into that?
I don't.
No
So different compensation
options?
options. I know as Paul walked out the door, and I'm not making this up, he said he'd be interested in being on a board or a subcommittee for compensation.
Okay. But not you.
I'm speaking on the behalf of Paul.
All right.
I'm gonna see where this conversation goes before I.
So one thing about that particular issue, I think for us, I'd like to see what the department is looking at. Coming forward with a cap increase and where we're heading. I know that isn't formulated yet, but maybe that's the approach to take.
Yeah, you certainly could have your ideas too, I mean, as far as from this group, what you would propose as an alternative as well. Doesn't have to be just us.
Okay. So I don't see any takers on that one. Cindy?
Compensation. I don't think Paul and I get along.
No, I don't
Be a
think
good
that.
bonding next.
Sure would be.
So what are you talking about, Ed? Variable compensation? Or how would they administer it? That's the
Well,
thing that-
so
I don't know how the hell they do it. There's, how would you know what I'm saying? Like sign in on block 1, type 1, say you're gonna walk, you know, I'm just being facetious, but how do you do it? I don't think it's physically possible to adjust the compensation to do all the things we're providing access. You know, how do you subjectively decide whether this hunt's worth $15 a day and this one's only worth $8? Or, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how the hell you'd even do it. It's so subjective that there's no way to quantify it that anybody could make sense out of it.
It's a
and
good
then
way
spend-
to alienate your landowners.
Yes. it
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it's less about, maybe it's less about the hunt and it's more about the habitat. Maybe that's how you quantify it.
But aren't the biologists supposed to evaluate the habitat?
Well, it's overall, is it an opportunity that presents itself? If you look back, I don't remember the exact wording, but is it a good opportunity going forward? And that involves all those questions. You know, is there an opportunity there? So I do think it takes that into question to some degree. It's kind of like the scale on Impala. Those scales are similar in block already to pursue it.
I guess the one thing, just the climate makes a difference on the habitat. In our area, the last 3 years, I don't know what the hell anybody wanted to go out there for. It looks like the Sahara Desert, and, but it's good habitat when it rains. And when do you decide? Or it's kind of like the subjective things that the block management participants write in there. It looks like a moonscape or, whatever. It's in the eye of the beholder. Who decides? And it varies from year to year and season to season.
Yeah, and I suspect that's why the 100-day impact payment has been the model for 28 years or whatever the number is. Yeah. Okay. We're not gonna touch that one for right now.
For right now, but I think it's a subject we're gonna have to talk about eventually.
Okay. Does anybody want to do some background work on type 3 between now and the next meeting? Subcommittee.
Hey, I'm supposed to speak for Dale, so I won't.
Let's do it, Drew.
But I know Dale, and I know that he would actually appreciate the opportunity to think about that further. And I know this is recorded, so I have to be careful what I say, but I'm gonna volunteer Dale.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Yep. So who would like to join Dale? And Drew?
And if nobody joins Dale, I will be on a second subcommittee. What the hell?
Okay. Who else? And again, this is just throwing some ideas out amongst yourselves and then bring them back here for discussion. So it's kind of shaking it down to a few key ideas in regards to what that might look like.
Wasn't Eric a proponent of the type 3?
Was it Eric or Rod? Or Tyranny?
I would visit with Dale. I would sit down and visit with Dale.
Okay. Rod or Eric? Type 3.
Oh, hell, if Dale wants to call me, he can, that's fine.
Okay.
I'd throw my fence worth in.
Okay, so if I understand, we have Rod leading the way now.
No, we don't. We got Dale leading the way.
Okay, Dale
Dale's
unwittingly
not here.
in Africa leading the way, but I'm sure Dale will grab onto that.
Rise to the occasion.
Tyranny and Drew, are you still on?
You know what? I think those three would be fantastic for that.
Well, okay, so the way I understand that, you're proxying in for Dale, but if he's unavailable, then you will be happy to jump in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your wisdom. Okay, so again, we're just looking at the preliminary ideas in that regard to both of those issues for the next meeting. And really, we're gonna have a lot of time in the next meeting with some other presentation, I'm sure, so is there a third one we want to bring some discussion to in the background between now and then? technology different. We didn't want to touch different compensation. But we did do type 3. So we'll leave the extra variety of compensation considerations to see where the department's heading. And if we don't get that too quick, then we'll see if we can throw some in there. And again, in a recommended, suggestive way. Okay, great.
You know, one topic that's on your list that you have discussed before and never brought up is that mandatory versus incentive-based course. I know the director, one of our meetings, had talked about making it mandatory. There's also, do you make it incentive-based? So that, not that I'm volunteering to look into that, but I'm just suggesting that maybe another area where we need some advisement is what's the best route there to, for that course.
What is the status of the course?
So, what's the status?
What is the status of the course? The status of the course is, the last time ComEd department was here, is they were gonna provide an update, I believe, in July. This summer. I think that's what he said.
So what are you gonna have a mandatory requirement that you, where the Region 6 hunters can hunt? The type 1 Region 6 guys gotta go somewhere. So what was it is gonna be mandatory that even us old guys gotta go back and take a course to sign up for block management? I'm just asking.
That's what they're proposing.
So
No, they're, right now, they're in the process of updating that
Well,
course.
updating
We're not
the course.
proposing
Oh,
But
good.
the-
anything.
But the proposal is if you do a type 3, that you would have to take the course.
Oh, not for type 1 though. So the type 1 guys would still be okay.
I have no idea.
I'm hoping.
We haven't gone that far. Have we?
So if I can revisit where we went. So it started out leaning towards an incentivized new landowner hunter stewardship program. So take the program and you'd have an incentive for taking, not required to access any public access program. And then it changed sort of in midstream to, let's look at that potential to require it. And then it changed to incentivized and then required, incentivized for a period of time and then required. And right now, that's kind of where it sits unanswered. And I know that I did talk to Greg once recently, and I think July is about when we're looking at. Remember, we were updating the program itself, is what the beginning was, and then how does it gonna apply? Is it gonna be required? Is it gonna be voluntary? And that's it.
So how would the non-resident hunters, would they have to do that too, or else they'd have to come and ask first, where there's no requirements for access?
It would be well, it depends on how it is, but yeah,
Right.
if it's mandatory, then it's mandatory.
So every non-resident hunter that purchased a license to hunt in Montana would have to take the enhanced landowner stewardship.
If they wanted to hunt on I think Everett's proposal was a department agreed or department negotiated access program.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, so they could still come and hunt if they wanted to, they could just ask first and go someplace. Okay,
And Lee, that was all online, not in person,
oh, okay, we didn't have to take the field day,
different than Hunter Ed.
okay.
Okay, so does anybody want to? I'll just volunteer to talk with Greg and get an update, communications, and see where we're at and clarify that status back to us, if that's okay. Okay. The Lowe's program. Okay. All right. So then next thing is coming to an idea about this next meeting's panel. So we talked about, let's go with how we want to proceed, looking towards a landowner participation with us next month or June. I think we're looking at June 1st for our next meeting. Okay. There's gonna be May 18th. And then there's some things that have come up that are gonna make that not possible. Part of that is the landowner discussion. Okay. So make note of June 1, tentatively in Great Falls. So I think what we're gonna wanna do with that is ask if you do have, so what, first of all, what are we looking at to learn from landowners in this discussion and panel with them? So what are we looking at to gain from them as far as an understanding into hunting and access and all that? And then with that in mind, if you have somebody you would like to recommend for consideration on that panel, send them my way, the email, I'll send them. And let's not get ahead of it and talk to them. But if there's people that you think would be potentially helpful for this discussion going forward, just send those names to me by the 4th. So next Wednesday. What is it?
Next week, Thursday is the 4th.
Okay, Thursday, the 4th. And I really would like you to just think about that. It's like, okay, it could be somebody who doesn't participate, what they would contribute to the discussion. Folks that are well involved with any access programs, just folks that you think would be helpful for insight into it. Okay.
Ed?
Yep.
On that, I think we have a great source with our access managers, that they have a good resources. And I think not only those that are involved in the program, but what works well for them, what may need improvement, what hasn't worked, and why maybe some landowners that are no longer involved, and people you've talked to that never ever signed up, so that we can get a very well-rounded group to give us information, not just the ones that have been with us for year after year, but a wide variety of opinions. And that way we possibly will learn more about the wants and needs.
Okay, so you're asking that the access managers regionally, if they have any input?
I think they're a great resource that they know well beyond many of us, or especially speaking for myself, who we would run.
Yeah, great point. So we'll ask that. Yep. Okay. That's all I have. So where do you guys want to go from here? Did you hear that, Everett? What other, do we have other discussions today? I mean, we've kind of covered the objectives we had here, but is there more information you want to talk through right now? Public comment isn't for a while. Right.
I got a question now. So we're not having the meeting in May?
Right.
Okay.
And we're moving it to June 1st.
June 1st.
Yeah,
Okay, and I won't be here for that.
there's a Zoom, always going to be a Zoom option. So even if you can't be in person, you can attend by Zoom, or even just part of the day via Zoom as well.
And regardless, every single participant, I always send a Zoom meeting bug to, just in case something happens last minute, you're unable to attend, you at least have that option. And you probably won't be able to.
So yeah, that's say the first. Yep. Okay. Okay. So nothing else we want to get into today? Maybe we can call for public comment now. Yeah. So in the room we have.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lucas. I'm representing the Montana Wildlife Federation and Montana Citizens Health Management Coalition. I'm not sure if there are other public commenters online or not. I've been kind of chomping at the bit, listening to your great discussion. So Jeff, take up all the time in case other people want to speak.
So what do we have?
We just have one.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
So the Elk Coalition has spent a lot of time thinking about how to improve black management for numerous reasons. Public land pressure, increasing elk and other animals relying on private land a lot more than they have. Problematic concentration.
Just want to make sure. Can you guys hear Everett? No.
You can come sit in this
So-
chair. right
Sorry,
here,
Jeff.
Yeah,
Then
no
you'll be
problem.
closer to the
Happy to.
speaker.
Yeah, the speaker's right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. So, as I was saying, we've been looking at ways to better improve elk management and relationships between private landowners and public hunters in general. And so we've come up with several suggestions for improvement to type 1 and type 2 block management. And then we synthesized a third type of block management, which I'll get into in a little more detail. The first one suggestion was we're looking at implementing a pay scale for type 1 based on the quality of habitat and quality of experience, not necessarily harvest, as you mentioned. I know that you want to stay away from actual management of animals, it's just access that you want, that you're tasked with managing. So we would be looking at grading type 1 properties as far as what the hunter success rate or not necessarily harvest rate is, but whether they consider it a successful hunt and experience. And then combine that with a scale of quality of habitat. So if it's a flat full of sage and doesn't have high quality habitat that has a lot of animals on it, they would be business as usual type 1 payments. Nothing would change for them. But if you're opening up your property, say creek bottom access where there's a lot more birds and big game, then we think it should be considered a slightly higher pay scale than $15 per hunter day. The generosity of the landowner, we feel, should be compensated when the public gets to hunt previously inaccessible lands that are of high quality habitat. So that would be one suggestion. And the tech aspect, I think, is a really big deal for block management. I really appreciated the discussion and the routes that you all have gone down today as far as addressing that. I realize that a lot of landowners aren't, walking around staring at their smartphone like a lot of 20 and 30-year-olds are these days. And to be tied to that is somewhat inconvenient for them sometimes. But I think addressing the issue of this perception of the public that there's favoritism being played with some block management areas is key for you all to look at to tamp down that perception, whether it's true or not. So that the public trusts the process. And I think the lottery system that you all mentioned is an improvement on that. I want to make sure I'm getting my notes right here so I don't skip over anything. But I think that tech aspect would be very, very helpful in that you could also, as you mentioned, incorporate a short course that's strictly online for hunters to take that qualifies them for type 2 block management areas. A short course, not like Hunter's Ed as in depth, but more of a landowner and hunter relation course. How to conduct yourself on private land, how to be respectful of roadways, gates, livestock, irrigation lines, all of that, farm implements and equipment, how to make sure that the public understands what's expected of them by the private landowners when they enter their property. We as hunters feel that's important because, as you all know, it just takes one bad apple to spoil the lot. And oftentimes negative hunter or negative attitudes towards hunters come from just a couple people that are leaving gates open, letting cattle get out, potentially destroying irrigation lines through errant shots, or for God's sakes, putting someone that lives on the property at risk. So we feel that would be a really good way to improve hunter and landowner relationships while instilling the kind of values that, quite frankly, a lot of hunters take for granted, that we're all conducting ourselves out there in a proper way and being respectful. That just simply isn't the case. There are hundreds of thousands of people that step foot out there with firearms, both on public and private land, and you have some bad actors. So we would like to see a short online course that is like an enrollment once you've completed it to be on various types of type 2 block management. So I think that goes into your tech aspect. And I think it would have a lot of positive benefits for both communities. And then the third one, you folks have mentioned several times a type 3 block management that is similar to what I was just talking about with the improvements for type 2. The Elk Coalition and various other organizations have thought long and hard about how to get more community buy-in amongst ranches that are either adjacent or darn close to each other. And so we had come up with an idea of a type 3 block management program that would be community based. So when you have several ranches that are all enrolled in block, having an access coordinator that works with those ranches and their ownership to coordinate hunter efforts, things like the online course, make sure that everybody that's using these properties gets it and understands what's expected of them on these properties. But combining efforts with neighbors to create a better kind of holistic approach to both public land hunters, private land access, and quality big game management, whether it's deer or elk or antelope, in some cases moose. As you know, you guys are all well aware that elk are becoming problematic, especially in region 4 and 6, with concentrations in places where traditionally they hadn't been, and where the concentrations are getting bigger and they're staying for longer, creating more damage. And so one of our goals is to implement a community-based approach that treats the elk in a way that they can start getting closer to their traditional migratory routes throughout the year. As it is, a lot of people know, middle of September, a lot of elk on public land. As we go through the bow season, then get into the rifle season, those animals flood onto private land. And that's fine for the people that don't mind it or that are leasing it for outfitters. But for the folks that want to see those animals moved around, we'd like to see a way where they can coordinate with adjacent block management landowners to keep those elk moving. Get them off of one property, and if they go to another property, that there are hunters there that are coordinated through this hunter access coordinator, so that they don't just go from one safe harbor of private land to another. Essentially, you're just pushing the problem onto someone else's property sometimes. So if you could get 3 or 4 ranches together and say, hey, we're all going to have hunters on our block this week and this week, those elk are going to have to scatter. And that can diffuse that issue of landowners' tolerance for big populations of elk being on their property for, let's face it, I mean, it could be from November through February with shoulder seasons. So that's one of the bigger concepts that we came up with, was an addition to the type 1s and type 2s. That would be a community-based approach to not just landowner and hunter relationships, but also managing elk. I mean, we've got a new elk management plan coming out within the next month or 2, I think. That's going to dictate a generation of elk hunting and how we do it and how it's managed. And so when you go to, I went to a lot of elk scoping meetings in eastern and central Montana, and over objective and overpopulations and concentrations is what I heard about almost across the board. And then on the public land hunter side is, well, we know where the elk are, we just can't access them. And so I think this is a thoughtful way to get buy-in from community by community to look at how we manage elk a little bit better, but also improve relationships between the landowning community and the public hunting community. So I'd love to hear critiques. I've traveled across the state for the last 7-8 months, going to all sorts of different working groups, ACES out of Winnett, Elkhorn Working Group, been up in the Flathead a ton, ranch stewards up on the High Line, trying to get feedback from all these folks and just trying to dial in these couple adjustments to block management as best we can.
That's a good question. On your type 3 idea, what prevents the people from doing that right now?
Well, I mean, folks are able to do what they want on private land, and there's no desire to to mess with any private land rights whatsoever. There's no way on earth that anyone should be dictating what private landowners do on their private land. But this would be a way for different block management landowners to sit at the table with their neighbors who are also doing the same and hash out differences in what they perceive they want to see done on their property or how they manage it, and get a more uniform kind of cohesion behind what's happening in a broader scale. So rather than each one being able to, or doing what they want to do, kind of come up with a plan between 3 or 4 properties, and say, this is how we're gonna do it. We can coordinate hunters amongst us and make sure that, you know, we're getting the most bang for our buck as far as where we put public hunters and when.
I understand the concept. That all I'm asking is why, what prevents them? Because they're all owners now. What prevents them from doing that right now? Nothing.
Nothing. No, you're right. You're right. There is nothing that's preventing this from happening now, but it isn't happening on its own.
So is there gonna be a coordinator or something? Is that a part of the idea?
That would be the goal, is to have a hunt access coordinator that works with that block of landowners to coordinate their season. And hopefully work towards like a common goal that they can all agree on, whatever that may be. It should be different from region to region to region, based on the values and based on you know, how many animals there and how much hunting pressure is there. So it'd be up to each one to kind of come up with their own plan. But yeah, you're right. There's nothing holding people back from doing it. But the fact of the matter is they aren't. And that may be just the fact that, you know, they don't know what someone 20 miles away is enrolled in, and to what extent, and why they do it and how they do it. And bringing them to the table to talk about it and figure out the commonalities that they could work to improve may be a good goal to have.
But there, have you explored in your travels, have you explored, it seems to me, and we don't have a lot of elk where I am along the High Line, but that a lot of these non-traditional ranch owners don't allow hunting now, and that becomes the safe harbor for the elk. And the block management people aren't really providing a safe harbor now, are they, Jeff? Or are they? And is there any way, I'll just try to get to the point here, but has there been any interest in the people that don't allow hunting or outfit hunt to facilitate the movement of the animals, or are they happy with the way it is? They concentrate them during the hunting season, and then when hunting season is over, they go home to somebody else's hay meadow that you can't hunt.
Yeah, landowner tolerance is obviously a huge issue. And you find it from property to property to property varying wildly.
Right.
You do have people from out of state that buy a chunk of property that gets elk on it, and they love seeing them there. They don't want them hunted. And they don't, the words harboring of elk or
Right.
problematic concentrations don't exist to them.
Right.
Because one is great, 2,000 is even better. So I think part of working, creating community-based approaches to it is to bring those people to the table. And even if they don't enroll in block, finding out their willingness to accept public land hunters to access their property, I think would be square one. But letting them know that, you know, your concentration of elk may seem fabulous to you, but when it busts through a bunch of fences and lays waste to feed, that's a big issue that's a net loss for a lot of landowners. So that's kind of one of the ideas, is to locate those hot spots, try and bring those people to the table and let them know that there's a wide variety of values amongst their neighbors, and where there can be some agreement, we may be able to, you know, address issues like problematic concentrations.
Have you seen any indication in your travels that anybody's interested in that, or it's too soon maybe?
It's still pretty early. I have spoken with some folks over by Winnett, south of the Breaks, who are relatively new landowners, that they get the issue. It doesn't bother them because their bottom line isn't based on productivity of their land. It's a visual thing for them. They just love their slice of Montana. But the neighbors know, you know, yeah, you're not gonna fix your fence, but I gotta fix my fence, because all those animals went over.
Didn't
to
we
your property.
see some change with the Matador Ranch down by Dillon? You know, it changed hands and then they added on to it and the land ownership or the ownership family there, the people that own that kind of bought into it. So maybe there's a precedent going forward to say, you know, just because we have the ability to own a large property in Montana, that maybe we should be good stewards and help the neighbors as much as we can.
Yeah, and I do hunt that area. I used to hunt it a lot more. And it is something else how those animals hear that first shot.
Yeah.
And just head to that pivot right off whatever, the Blacktail Road. That would be a good example of someone to bring to the table.
So maybe it's starting to change then, because it's been the challenge for the last, as the elk numbers have increased. The safe harbor deal has been just more of a challenge all the time. Why we have more numbers, less chance to do anything with them.
Yeah, and your region is seeing it. 4 and 6, I would say, are the two biggest hot spots in the state. A little bit of 7, a little bit of 5. But yeah, those two are the big ones. And as we all know, man, I mean, people from out of state are snatching up property left and right. And there's a wide variety of values in those, you know, those new property owners. So, you know, we're looking at other things like, you know, recent land purchases in areas that historically have had high populations of elk. And, you know, trying to find out who the new landowners are, invite them to meetings, get them to have a little buy-in, you know, be part of their community a little bit more than just being, you know,
excluded.
Yeah, you know, having their section or two and just, that's their little castle. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different value and it's, you know, different than the traditional working the land value.
See, Everett has his hand up there. Everett?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jeff, have you taken the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project yet?
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, you were referencing some kind of a program and we're revamping that one right now, but I believe the old one is still available. So if you had a moment to go through that and kind of work through it and get some thoughts, I think it's a great idea to require something that talks about hunter landowner relationships before you go hunt on private land. So yeah, I think that would be worthwhile.
I definitely will. You know, what we were sort of modeling it after is one of our Elk Coalition group members is One Montana, and they put on master hunter courses. And I mean, that's a higher level. It's very all encompassing. It's values, how to conduct yourself on both public and private land. All, you know, tracking skills, all sorts of stuff. This would be modeled somewhat like that, but a quicker, shorter version that someone could spend half an hour to an hour and get really schooled up on how to conduct yourself on private land when that landowner has been gracious enough to open it up to the public. And that would be tied to type 2 specifically.
Maybe you could send me your latest version.
Yeah.
And I'll send it out to everybody.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
As far as those recommendations and thoughts.
Yep, we've got a good 4-page printout of basically everything that I talked about in more detail. And I mean, like I said, we've floated this thing across the state, all 7 regions, numerous working groups, different, you know, hook and bullet organizations. MOGA has been very helpful in promoting it and talking about it with their membership. So we're very proud of the work that we've done across the state on our attempts to improve what is already a great program.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff.
One
commenter. Laura, if you want to go ahead and unmute so that they can speak.
I think it's actually Jim. He's up in Great Falls.
Yep.
That's correct. I'm Jim Homison. That's Homison. And can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I live in Stanford, Montana. For the record, I'm a member of FWP's Region 4 Citizens Advisory Council. However, my comments are no way CAC connected. I'm an independent sportsman, not affiliated with any of the advocacy organizations that commonly engage with FWP, so I alone own this comment. However, I like to think that I represent the regular, everyday working class hunters and anglers of Montana that often go unheard as FWP adopts new policies and regulations. I'm addressing this committee regarding a matter because of a nexus between private land and public wildlife. FWP is proposing a bird dog training season on public land as a result of the likely passage of Montana Senate Bill 280. FWP plans to present for approval this proposal to the commission at their June meeting. During my attempt to get my head around the purpose and need for this legislation, I received anecdotal information that commercial bird dog trainers are training on DNRC school trust lands during summer months just prior to the September upland bird opener. Some of the dog trainers were then operating commercial guided bird hunting operations on adjacent leased private properties after they had hazed most of the birds off of DNRC ground, leaving the everyday public land hunter a mostly empty field. I have no idea how widespread this particular practice is, or if an issue like this is even within the wheelhouse of PLPW Council. I'm passing this on just as an item of interest. Regarding the purpose and need for this legislation, the online recordings of the 3 legislative hearings are quite enlightening. In recent years, the counties in the northeast corner of the state have experienced a large influx of sometimes disruptive non-resident commercial bird dog trainers that utilize DNRC school trust lands during the summer months, often before the game bird brood rearing season was over. Some trainers would arrive pulling trailers with between 20 to 50 dogs, as well as several horses. Locals pressured legislature to get a handle on it. That concludes my comment, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
We're trying to see what the status of that is now.
Consent and rolling.
What does that mean, Jason? Where's that?
I lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is Eric. I didn't know. I'd like to comment to that a little bit here briefly. The gentleman's concerns are real. I know that's going on up in the northeast corner of Montana. It's getting more and more prevalent. And it isn't outfitters doing this. It's people running illegal outfitting operations. They're coming in training dogs in the summer months, and then they'll have a handful of their picked clientele that are either buying dogs or having dogs trained by them. They're getting paid by these people. They'll come up and hunt for 3 or 4 days. So, and as far as I know, FWP is very aware of it and checking into some of it.
And who was that?
Who's what?
Who are you? I didn't hear your name.
This is Eric Albus.
Okay, thank you.
Just a heads up, the conference room is muted. Ed, I believe you're still muted.
There you go.
That's, yeah, because that's my computer. Can you guys hear us now?
Yeah, we can hear several times with a lot of echoes.
It's just weird, they're eating the same stuff.
Like I told you, breath of fresh air.
Hello, this is the mic check. Can everybody hear us?
But I
Yeah,
do
sure can.
appreciate that. Okay, right.
All right, thank you.
Didn't come equipped with handouts. We're just gonna have to remember it.
This is almost as bad as having, well, no, a session going on. I shouldn't have said that publicly. What do you need now? Okay, are we on?
We are on. Yes.
I see that it's muted still there.
Jen, are we still? No. I think
There's
we're-
Tierney.
No, we're-
Okay, Drew
Yeah.
hears us. Okay, I guess we're gonna hear real quick from the department about 280 and what's up and what it means. News to us. Because we probably didn't follow that extremely closely when we're looking at access, even though it impacts it. All right,
Okie dokie. For probably most of you who've never met me, I'm Phil Kilbreath. I am a game warden captain at our headquarters office here. And then this is Brian Wakeling with my sort of counterpart in the wildlife division.
Yeah, serving as the game chief.
I would probably say with respect to this particular bill, neither Brian or I are experts on it, so we'll do our best to explain it, but the origin of this was some concerns about bird dog hunting training occurring on public land primarily and involving wild birds. So there are groups of people coming out. Montana previously did not regulate this, and there were we'd heard that there were people coming out and commercial operations training bird dogs on wild birds on public land in fairly large numbers. And so this bill was sort of an add-on to the previous session had a bill about dog training as well. But this essentially would create a dog training license, a class D5 license for the training of bird hunting dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. So a person could still train hunting dogs on birds raised in captivity if you bought them from a game bird farm, but this is strictly for referring to training your dogs on wild birds. And it essentially creates that license, and then it gives the Fish and Wildlife Commission the authority to adopt rules to implement the new law, which would include setting seasons. And so the second piece of it, which I'll let Brian speak to, is the proposal that's posted to our website that addresses the commission authority portion of it and seeks to establish a season.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Again, Brian Wakeling. So trying to take what we anticipate being a bill that will become statute before long and trying to address that and trying to provide the commission with some decision space and some information that they can start to use with the season setting. Because we don't have an awful lot of information about it at this point in time, what we did was we went to the biology of the birds that are being trained over. And so what we see is typically most of the birds, those being gray partridge, sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, pheasants. We looked at when they're nesting and when they're brood rearing. And so we see, and we've also looked at what limited research that has been done on those species to determine what impact from a biological standpoint does disturbance of the flocks have on brood survival. As you might imagine, being disturbed during that brood rearing phase doesn't help them, but it's not a one-on-one, if you get disturbed once, it's not necessarily that they're going to die either. So we don't have an awful lot of information on it, but the information that we do have indicates that most of the birds are largely fairly independent by about August 1st. And so looking at a period of time and listening to the testimony that was provided during the hearings, what we've originally offering is kind of a starting place for the commission's consideration would be a training season that would begin on August 1st, which would be a month prior to the beginning of the actual season. And so there would be a month where should have very little biological effect on the populations, and then running that concurrently throughout the bird seasons that would run throughout the license year and it would end on the end of February. Another consideration would be when we start to see kind of the breeding activity starting. And typically for species like sharp-tailed grouse and sage grouse, we see them starting their lekking behavior beginning about mid-March. And so at this point, from a biological standpoint, what we're offering as a starting point for the commission's consideration would be a season that for training that would start on August 1st and run through the end of February, 28th or 29th, depending on the year. And it could happen concurrent. At this point in time, we don't have a lot of information about the people that participate in this. And so this license would give us the ability to then to survey them, and we determine how much time they spend doing it, where they spend doing it. As Phil had mentioned, if you're going to train on wild birds, you would need a license, but the season dates only apply to public lands. They would not apply to private lands. And they only influence their use for wild birds. If someone has captive reared birds, it would not apply to them.
Thanks. How would it be monitored?
We would end up treating it the same, so treating it the same way we would any other activity that the enforcement division regulates. So, the time of the year when you're not allowed to train dogs on birds, primarily, we'd probably be interested in the springtime when they're nesting and brooding. We'd be out anyways, and we'd be patrolling and looking for people that were engaged in that kind of behavior during the closed season.
And certainly also, a lot of the breaks that our enforcement officers get often come through the tip line or things of that nature. And so, yeah.
Thank you for the quick response. Being able to come in and just talk a little bit about it. We did have a comment, and I think that we're a little confused, so it's good to know a little bit more.
Yeah,
we weren't originally expecting that. So
neither were we.
No.
Is the guy who asked that question still on?
I don't know. But so does this enhance the upland bird stalking program for Montana in any aspect? No. Does it affect the pheasant stalking program?
Yeah.
He is still on.
Of course,
that addressed it. Yeah.
And like anything, I think the law, when I looked today, the actual bill was returned from the rolling, whatever that means. It's I think gonna get signed. This is still a proposal and has to go through the commission process. So
The bill will be signed and then the commission will decide.
Correct.
With your guidance, what the appropriate action would be.
Yeah, the commission is scheduled to address this on June 8th. And so we're taking comment from the public currently. And so if anybody has any comment on it, certainly encourage them to go to our website. There's a real quick, easy link. You can submit your comments and whether you think it should be changed, why it should be changed, things of that nature. And the commission will consider it on June 8th. If the bill's been signed by that point, then the commission would act on it. And then we would be trying to print some supplemental regulations shortly thereafter. In the future, we would expect that it would be rolled into the upland game bird regs the way they're routinely printed, but obviously they're already in print now.
Cool. Well, thanks for jumping into this.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Okay, so as I see it, we're kind of caught up with our agenda for the day, unless any of you have other subjects you'd like to bring up right now. And if not, I'll go around and kind of do a final comment. Anything online? Okay, so let's start, final comments for today. Ray, you want to lead us off?
Really, I have nothing. I've taken notes today. That's about all I can say.
All right, thank you, Ray. Cindy?
Good meeting. I look forward to some of those items that come back to us for discussion.
Very informative. Thank you, Jason, and yourself for speaking and guiding us with some new information. So that was very helpful. And yeah, more work. We move on.
Next, right?
Yeah.
I think it helps to everybody to get together and kind of get a common direction and go forward. More discussion is helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Lee. Eric? Not on there. Okay. Rod?
Yeah, real good meeting. Very, like Donna said, very informative about the grassroots of it and everything. I thought it was great. And yeah, I guess we're just onward and upward. Nope, very good. That's all I've got.
Tyranny?
Yep, good meeting. I hope these little subcommittees, I guess it'll be interesting to visit on the side and be able to bring it back, but might hope further discussions, I suppose, a little bit on those topics, but yeah, thanks, Jason and Kendra.
Thank you. Yeah, the FWP, all the folks there today offering lots of information. Dale and I have no further comment.
Everett will make up for that.
Well, I've said enough. I appreciate everybody's time and enjoy our time together. So I'll let everybody get back to their lives.
Thank you, Everett.
Mr. Chairman, can I address something to Everett? There was 2 falconers showed up in our yard in the middle of March with peregrine falcons. And they came all the way to northeastern Montana from Dallas, Texas to hunt. They had a male peregrine falcon and they were looking for Hungarian partridges to hunt. And we told them we only had 2 and we didn't want them to hunt them, that they had to go somewhere else. But there was interesting. And they said the king falconer lives in Eden, Wyoming, and he has a golden eagle. He wrote several books. And so anyway, thanks. Thought maybe you'd be interested in that.
No, I always am. And Montana is kind of it's the mecca for falconers. A lot of people come here to hunt birds. Big open ground. We got a lot of different species. So it's a lot of fun.
So Lee, I'm glad to hear that you conserve those 2 Hungarian partridge seed stock. Thanks for doing that.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see. We've got subcommittee work to do and to bring into June 1st again is our next meeting. And tonight at 6, Montana City Grill, for those of you that are staying to come to the Cooperators Appreciation Dinner, right?
No, I'm gonna go home. Maybe rails.
Any other last comments, Jason?
Yeah.
No, just thank you all for your time and dedication and willingness to work on it.
Thanks
Sure.
for having me.
Come back anytime.
Thank you all very much for being here and listening to our staff and being open and sharing your thoughts. We take that to heart, and take it back and try to see how we can improve our program too, just from these casual conversations. It's very helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, and I too just want to thank in particular the regional managers. I mean, I really do stand in appreciation for what you all do, all of you, communicate that across the board, because that's what makes this happen. All these different changes and rules and applying all these programs, putting that puzzle together to make it work for each place, takes a lot of talent, takes some time, for sure. So we appreciate what you do on behalf of all of us who get to hunt and enjoy all these places like these, although I've never been there yet.
Yeah.
Go
So
someplace
thank
there's
you.
elk.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
Go someplace where there's elk.
I'm gonna come next. And so, yeah, I appreciate all of you being here and your work. Look forward to stepping next into this with the subcommittee and both sides of that. And yeah, if you have any questions or any needs, bring them forward and we'll get them up for the next meeting. Again, if you have any suggestions towards anybody, send them my way. We'll send them up to the department. And then we'll definitely make sure that access coordinators are involved with all that too. And have a good panel for that. So thank you all and travel safe. Make sure you get your reports in. And appreciate you. Okay.
Thanks, sir.